Monday, March 9th, 2025. Please keep in mind that this video may be visually or audio recorded. May all members of the committee please state their name for the record.
Julia Seifert.
Rafik Khan.
Anthony Buyosa.
And revised chair, and any other members of the public present.
Tyler Sklar.
All right, with 4 members present, quorum has been established. We are now in line for our first interview of the day, which is Jacob Eisenberg.
Got it.
Do you want a time or do you want me to time? Sure.
That's what
That's what I did.
Sure.
Well, no, he's applying for our committee, right?
Yes.
So then you don't ask those 4, you ask yes, and then.
Wait a minute. Okay.
And then if you would like to explain the procedure to him right before the interview starts in May, you can tell him how much time he has and how many questions there are, but
Sounds great.
hello.
How are you doing today?
Good, good. Thank you for changing the time. I appreciate it.
Of course. All right, so the procedure for the interview will be, you'll have 5 minutes. You'll have 4 minutes to respond to some general questions and then 1 minute to respond to technical questions. Just to double check, you applied for the Budget and Appropriations Committee and the Judiciary Committee.
Yes, sir.
All right. You have time?
Yes.
Okay. So, first question, what is your motivation for applying?
Absolutely. So overall, for both committees, my main thing is to be able to gain hands-on experience as quickly as possible. As a new senator, I feel like being in the chamber is such a great learning experience, but the committees is really what happens behind the scenes to make Tuesday nights work. So overall, that's my main motivation. And then specifically for Judiciary Committee, I feel like a lot of my strengths, like my reading comprehension and quick learning, would really apply great to that committee, along with my main thing and then for budget, something that I'm really passionate about is being able to represent the constituents who are the reason I'm here. And I feel like being able to promote equitable allocation along with overall looking over the budget is something that could really help me kind of like help them, and they're the reason I'm here.
All right. Next question is, what experiences do you have that would make you a good fit for these positions?
Absolutely. So the main things that I've done in the past, which actually help for both, is a lot of my work with nonprofit organizations, but when it comes to philanthropy and setting up events for that. So whether it's working within budgets, whether it was for a summer camp in the past or FFLP this year or big event, I feel like those 3 experiences have really helped me work within bylaws, whether it's my organization and the things that we can do to help work with the organization, or a lot of the time with nonprofits, there's very specific things that I need to follow as a team along with the people that I'm working with to be able to have the event happen. So I feel like those are the main experiences that really apply to both committees.
Got it. All right, then what are some of the ideas that you have for these 2 committees?
Absolutely. So I'll go over one for each. So the one I'm most passionate about for the Judiciary Committee would be the implementation of office hours in the SG office. I feel like in the past, it's been a lot of informal initial reviews of legislation, and that puts a majority of the work on the chair, vice chair. So I feel like if for 1 hour a day, 1 or 2 hours a day, somebody on the Judiciary Committee was in the office, being able to work with senators on legislation, and then 1 or 2 hours a week, the chair, vice chair was there for any, I guess, more complete or any bills that people are more confident in. And then for the Budget and Appropriations Committee, I feel like something that would be really helpful overall would be like a kind of budget 101 for treasurers of SG organizations that we sponsor. I feel like there's a lot of rumors or things that go around campus about how the budget actually gets allocated. So informing the people of the organizations who get the money and can spend it, so that those can be kind of diminished along with them having a better understanding of the budget as a whole.
Got it. Thank you. Do you have any questions for us?
In your experience as Judiciary Chairman.
I should wait till the end of the...
Alright, yeah.
I'll do the technicals first. All right, thank you. All right, now moving into the budget technical questions. What are the big 4 entities?
Absolutely. So the big 4 entities that the SG budget sponsors is SG as a whole, then it's student experience like cabinet, and then it is the Rights Union, and it is Bright Sports.
Right. What requests does the budget committee cover?
So it can cover travel, it can cover events specifically, and then overall operational costs.
And when does the student government fiscal year start, and when does it end?
So it's around like summer A to summer A, so it's like July 1st to like June 30th.
All right, now moving into the judicial questions. What are the 5 criteria for reviewing all legislation?
Yeah, so the big 5 is constitutionality, intentionality, legality, format, and clarity.
What is the procedure for reviewing legislation in the Judiciary Committee?
Got it. So it's like a few phases. So the first phase is a 5-minute presentation, and then you have 5 minutes of Q&A, and then 5 minutes of debate, and then at the end you have like 2 minutes of final privilege.
Alright, and then lastly, what can the Judiciary Committee move to do to a bill besides amend it?
Got it. So there's 4 options. You can pass it, postpone it, table it, or fail, or like reject it.
Alright, those are all the technical questions. Now, do you have any questions for us?
Yeah, I was just gonna ask, as your experience as Judiciary Chairman, what was like the most rewarding thing you got out of that position?
I think the most rewarding part of it was when a bill had been initially tabled in committee, and then I worked with the author to fix some of maybe the legality concerns with it, and then to see them pass it on the floor. I think that was really rewarding to see just the work that had gone into it, the changes that had been improved. I think that was a very unique experience.
Awesome.
All right,
Thank you.
that's all.
Thank you so much, guys. Have a great rest of your day.
You too.
Well,
Maybe you could ask. if-
Grayson?
Yeah, if Grayson Hughes is out there.
Grayson, you're up.
Hello, good morning.
So share what's ideal.
how are you doing today?
Doing well, how are you?
Pretty good? Alright, so you'll have 5 minutes to answer 3 questions that we have for you.
Okay, perfect.
Alright. So firstly, what is your motivation for applying to the Student Senate?
Personally, for the off-campus seat, it comes a lot from my roommates and the experience I've had just living off campus. A lot of them have either found their place at UF and been okay, or they haven't and they've really struggled. And I think being able to implement a program or programs that work better for freshman students specifically that are off campus could really help them both academically and socially. So,
All good? Next question is, what experiences do you have that make you a good fit for this position?
yeah, so I think that the 2 main ones that I have is as a high school student, I was the president of my bridge club, which is the card game. I'm not sure if you're familiar at all, but organizing students for both tournaments in state, and then we went to Chicago as president, really taught me a lot about conflict resolution on a minor scale, and also just managing a budget. And then I also I ran numerous FPS groups, future problem solving, and learning how to help my community in any way possible, and trying to really get engaged and see what community needs were, from beach cleanups to I ran a program that helped 3rd through 5th grade students, specifically in Title I schools, which have the least federal funding in STEM projects, and just giving them the opportunity to explore more and possibly seek higher education.
And then lastly, what ideas do you have if you were to get this role?
Yeah, I think that the major one that I mentioned in the application was a peer mentorship for specifically older students that live off campus with younger students. I think as a freshman, it can be really intimidating to find your place, especially if you're already off campus, because you don't have anything other than classes to tie you to the actual campus. And while we have like the first week and meetups, I think having an individual that could be assigned to you, maybe even after your first semester, if you're struggling and you need help, you could be offered that immediately and then further reach out instead of forcing upon students, could really help them find their place and also find somebody that can promote them, help them.
Got it. Thank you. Do you have any questions for us?
All that. Thank you. What are each of your roles or names, if you don't mind me asking?
Yeah.
Well, my name is Anthony. I'm off-campus senator. I'm also in the Budget and Appropriations Committee, and I'm a member at large.
Alright. My name is Aaron Rubai. I'm an off-campus senator, and I'm currently the Senate President Pro Tempore.
Yeah, I'm Julia Cipher. I'm currently the Senate President. I was former chair of this committee. Totally understand that it's crazy to walk in and see like 4 people interviewing you instead of like it being a one-on-one, but we're glad that you're here and thank you for interviewing.
And my name is Rafe. I'm the majority party leader for the Vision Party caucus.
Well, yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a great rest of your day. It was nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you all.
Next interview is Sharon Saunders. Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, how are we gonna fix that?
Are you Sharon?
No, I'm Berkeley.
I think we're a little bit, maybe behind it.
We'll come out and call
Yes.
you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
thanks
Okay.
for being here. How are we gonna repair that so that they're less terrified? Now think about,
What can we do?
okay,
That-
when
dude,
they
that
come
was
in,
like-
when they come in, everyone
Yeah.
look at them in the eye, say, hi, nice to
It's
meet you.
not-
At the beginning, you can say, they're just here to take notes, I'll be the one asking you questions.
Okay.
And then at the very beginning, say, I was not kidding when I said that they were scared. Say, like, you'll have 4 minutes, or you'll have 5 minutes to answer 3 questions.
Yeah, I did that for the second week. That was.
You said you'll have 5 minutes to answer some questions.
I didn't say 3. Okay.
Yeah,
Got
say
it.
3 questions so they know.
Yep.
And then you can even say like, at the very end of their interview, if they like look scared, you can say that, like, I know it wasn't, or actually
Just
no,
be a
don't even
human.
say that.
Okay.
Yeah, just like be human.
I feel like we should introduce ourselves at some point. I just don't know when.
It's just like, it takes a lot of time, like,
know.
you can introduce yourself and say like, hi, my name is Erin.
Okay.
And just use like your first name, and you can say like, I'm the chair of the replacement agenda committee.
Cool.
Welcome, thank you for being here. Okay.
Okay.
Okay,
Sounds good.
we've regrouped.
Yeah.
I felt bad.
Yeah, I did too.
Okay.
We all
Okay,
set?
Sanju,
Yep.
Sharon. She was a replacement for someone. She's been a
Sharon here? No, Sharon. Okay. Let me go check. Sharon.
She did a request for her phone.
Oh, that's a good question. Wait, let me check the phone sheet. There's another response.
That's crazy.
Uh-oh. I don't think it's gonna be.
Okay. Sharon,
Press?
yep. There we
Oh
go.
my god.
Oh, we got it.
Yep. Okay. So is this my phone?
Yes.
Got it.
So that way the number is coming from you.
Yep. Okay. Alright.
You could say, hi, is this Sharon? And
Hello.
Hey, is this Sharon?
Yes, this is she.
Hey, this is Aaron Rubai, calling from the Replacement and Agenda Committee. You ready for your interview?
Yes.
Awesome. Alright, so you'll have 5 minutes to complete 3 questions. Alright,
Okay. Yes.
perfect. Okay. So for the first question, what is your motivation for applying to the Student Senate?
Yeah, thank you for your question. So the main reason I want to join Senate is to really represent like minority voices. So as I get to different high school and as a student, I see how like certain voices, particularly those from like underrepresented backgrounds, can go unheard a lot of the times in the decision making process. So like I'm an immigrant, I'm also like first generation student. And as someone running for the off-campus seat, I know there's a lot of voices, especially like in the off-campus, that often go underrepresented, and I just want to make sure that to amplify those voices, especially we do have, and it's such a large school, there's a lot of distinct voices and opinions that often go unnoticed. I think that advocating for this equitable policies that address some of these struggles are super important. Sometimes we make these certain groups may not always have a seat at the table, so it's important to like expand that to bring other people to the table. But UF is again one of like the biggest student organizations, and I think like being someone from like a minority background, being someone who is able to collaborate and work with Senate, and is open to new things, I think is also important. Additionally, I feel like Senate is an opportunity to work alongside a lot of passionate individuals, and bring a commitment to bettering our university. I feel like I'm able, as a first year, to listen and learn a lot from like the other senators, but also give. I would categorize my like experience and roles so far to help me my position as an activist senator. And I I just think all this opportunity, I want to join the center.
Got it, thank you. Alright, the next question is what experiences do you have that would make you a good fit for this position?
Yeah, so as far as like high school, I was the student government president and also was president of the American Student Association, which I was able to triple the membership by the time I got there. So as far as like bringing people and organizing things and hearing voices out, especially just like working those soft skills, I think those two experiences really would highlight myself for this new position. As far as like actual work experience in writing legislation, I was an immigration intern, and I wrote a lot of legislation to help write like some legislation to help the Congress member. There was like specific appropriations that we introduced that we got to work on, which was super interesting. Also was paid to the Marching Commissioner and did a lot of like legislative research, read a lot of local Florida laws. One specific experience was she's looking at homelessness, so we got to like analyze and crunch a lot of numbers for like a lot of the homeless populations in the Orlando area, and look at like a more like affordable housing for them. I also involved at UF quite a bit, so I know what like the student body is looking for, and especially for my off-campus seat. I'm a member of the Student Scholarship Foundation, which is a huge population for like the off-campus jurisdiction. I believe I can make those voices heard. In addition to that, I was a replacement class senator last semester. I did just to kind of see how I get, and it was a really great experience. It's an opportunity that I definitely want to continue.
Alright, thank you. And then the last question is what ideas do you have for this role?
Yeah, so especially applying to be an off-campus senator, I know a lot about on-campus. We have to take a bus to campus and off-campus, and I would really love to implement some sort of appreciation day for bus drivers. I think that they work really, really hard, and after having conversations with them, I realized that there are some of like the most hardest workers I can come across, and being able to like just give them like one day doesn't have to be like a big thing, but just like shooting them a coffee or doing something that makes sure that their work goes.
She goes over time save. Unfortunately, that is time.
Another thing that's really important to me is like the aspect of immigration, especially.
I'm so sorry. Unfortunately, that is the end of the interview. Thank you so much, though.
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much for your time.
Of course. All right. Do you have any questions for us?
Yeah. What I guess, if I were to be selected to be senator, what can I do to make the most out of my time and be a successful student?
You want to go for it? I'll let Julie answer the
Hi,
question.
okay, so yeah, we're calling from the Replacement and Agenda Committee, so I'm also here just taking notes on your interview and listening in. I would say, like, just being proactive in the different things that you want to do and making sure to use your title as senators to connect with different aspects of campus. I think that's really relevant and very useful in actually actionizing the things that you want to get done.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Sounds good. All right. Have a good day.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Bye.
Not a fan of phone interviews.
Yeah, they're not great.
All right. So now it's Berkeley Morris.
Yes.
All right, I got it.
Thank you.
Should have added more gaps.
Hey, Berkeley, if you're ready.
Hello.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
How's it going?
It's pretty good.
Wherever you want. Yeah. When you get up to leave, maybe you could leave that middle chair unpulled.
Okay.
Or unpushed it.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. just so you know, my name's Aaron. I'm the chair of the Replacement Agenda Committee, and today they're just gonna be taking notes, but I'll be the one asking the questions. You'll have 5 minutes to answer 3 questions that we have for you.
Okay.
Alright, so the first question is, what is your motivation for applying to the Student Senate?
Okay, well, I have been in campaign for 2 semesters now, and I think the people that are drawn as student senators, I've seen now both fall and spring. It's a really unique group of people who are really ambitious and driven and motivated to make real tangible changes on campus, which is something that has been really important to me, you know, when coming to UF. This is still my first year here, but even like when I was in high school and just looking into what colleges I was going to apply to and attend, like the student government here at UF has such a unique opportunity of being able to make those real changes and improve student life.
Alright, the next question is, what experiences do you have that would make you a good fit for this position?
I mean, as I mentioned, I did campaign the last 2 semesters, so I feel like I'm starting to understand what goes into this beyond just, you know, going to meetings every Tuesday and like showing up, but like what it actually takes to be a good senator and to follow through and enact these changes. I think that I work well in groups, and you know, in a group of 100 senators, it's a big mixture of different types of people. I'm also involved in student admissions officers, which is not something I ever thought that I would do because I'm super like geographically challenged. So when I applied in the fall when I got here and I had to actually learn like the tour route, I didn't know campus at all. So it was a big learning curve, but I've been learning to like, you know, get comfortable making myself uncomfortable and like do things outside of my comfort zone, because that's the only way that you learn and grow. And I think having that ability of just, I guess, not being afraid is also something that would be applicable in Senate, especially, again, you're working in committees and you're working in groups and you're writing bills together. Like, it's a very, like, team-oriented atmosphere where you have to be unafraid to, you know, speak your voice and advocate for what you think, as well as, like, you know, work together and not step on anyone's toes. I think finding a balance between that has been something that I've been learning a lot about since I've gone to college, and is something that I think is a skill I've strengthened a lot.
Thank you. And the last question is, what ideas do you have if you were to get this role?
Yeah, so I also brought up my resume, and I did choose it. I'll slip too. But something that I've noticed is there's not really a lot of like covered seating on campus, and like when our weather gets really nice, not really today, it was kind of hot today, but like, you know, when it's like 50s and 60s, instead of like sitting in the blast and like being stuck in fluorescent lighting all day and like not seeing the sun, being able to sit outside is something that I've been doing a lot with my roommate, except it gets really sunny and then I can't see my computer screen, and I'm like squinting to try to see it.
You tell them.
Yeah, so adding more covered seating on campus, also adding more, I'll work with SNAP and decrease the wait times. Last week I got stranded for like 20 minutes and some random SNAP driver, she was like, my van is empty, you can just get in. And I felt so bad. I was like, thank you so much. She's like, yeah, I've seen you, I've passed you like 3 times now. Like, I don't know, it says it's gonna pick me up, so working on that. Adding more initiatives for like when people are homesick, having more opportunities for people to come together, like having like events, activities like in Plaza or something, where it's just like around the times of maybe midterms and finals where it's getting a little hard, like, you know, you're feeling really stressed, you just kind of want to go to the comfort of home, and obviously you can't just like pack up and leave, so, you know, having opportunities like bringing puppies to Plaza, or like, you know, activities where it's just like you remove the academic part for a minute and you just like have a break and an opportunity for everyone to come together as like students here. 'Cause, like, I mean, at the end of the day, like, that's the goal of this, just like improving student life and being there for all 50,000 plus people here.
Alright, thank you. That's all the questions we have for you. Do you have any for us?
Yeah. When am I going to hear back? Like, when can I expect to know the decision?
Probably Monday.
Okay, perfect. So,
Awesome.
yes. I think think that's all the questions I have. You guys have anything else? Okay. Here's my.
Yeah, you can leave that with us, we
Yeah.
got it. Thank you so
Thank you
much.
very
Thank you so much.
Have a good rest of your day.
Call the next person or no?
Yes.
That would be great.
Okay.
It's Arshawn Falsiri.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank
Did you
you.
request a phone interview?
I do not believe so unless it was recently.
Okay.
Thank you guys so much.
Of course.
Yeah.
You as well.
So much fun in here.
Okay.
Have a good one.
Thank you too.
You did not.
So. Hey.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Everyone's had a match or you're
Oh.
the first.
No,
Yeah, you're fine,
Stay
it's
there.
I wasn't about to get up there. Hey guys.
How you doing today?
I'm doing good. Waking up was fun. I was like, oh yeah, time for an interview, let's go.
Yeah, the hour change didn't help.
Oh yeah, that was awesome.
Alright.
How are you guys?
Good, how are you?
Alright, so my name is Aaron. I'm the chair of the replacement agenda committee and I'll be asking the questions today. Everyone else is just taking notes.
Amazing.
So you'll have 5 minutes to answer 3 questions that we have for you.
Okay.
Alright, so the first question is, what is your motivation for applying to the Student Senate?
So, as you may know, I was previously a student senator for the class seat, and my time in Senate was amazing. I mean, I kind of came in, literally my first semester at UF, I was like, oh, there's a Senate here? Cool, I'll just apply. I was like, I can be senator, that's so sick. But having been in the Senate and like realizing what the work is about and like what there is to do, it makes me only want to be more invested, especially now. There's so many new people in the Senate, and one of my favorite things I've realized is like helping uplift other senators and kind of get comfortable in the place and like become what you want to be in Senate. Because it took me like a full semester to kind of get used to Senate and like get into the rules and like figure out what I want to do and how I can do what I want to do. And so being able to empower other students, especially younger students, to do that and like make the change they want to do quicker in Senate is something I really care about. So that, specifically for Senate, but just in general for student government, like I always want to make a change and uplift my community and like make an impact, you know what I mean? I feel like with the time I have, and like the energy I have for what I want to see at UF, I want to make that change and use the time I have effectively, so yeah.
So, the next question is, what experiences do you have that make you a good fit for this position?
So I previously served in the Student Senate as a class senator. I was on the Judiciary Committee under great chairman Aaron Rubai. I was co-chair of the Lavender Caucus. I'm also director of campus affairs for External Affairs Agency, so that role was directly had to do with the Student Senate. It was kind of informing my agency head Mason Solomon and also just like the general team about going on in Senate and just keeping broader student government, like the executive branch, aware of what was going on in Senate. I don't know. I'm deeply involved across the areas of student government. I'm in cabinet as a ADU director of LGBTQ affairs. I'm on gas agency as education director, so I kind of have an idea of across the board of the student government here at UF, and so I think all of that would make me experienced to be a student senator.
Alright. And lastly, what ideas do you have if you were to get this role?
Yeah, for sure. So there's still things I'm working on from when I was a senator. It sucks because I literally campaigned on these things and I have just been working on it because things move so slow. One of the main things was the class, the university agnostic advising for pre-professional tracks and for dual degree students. That's something I campaigned on because that's something that is specific to me. And it sucks because I've just been working on it, talking to admin because it's so high up and slow that it's like, they take forever to respond. But that's something I'm really passionate about, something I'm driven towards like getting actual change going on campus. Lavender Caucus just got created, so they're still operating, like the other chair, Lucas Nadeau, is still there, our vice chair is still in there, but I really want to continue the Lavender Caucus. Even if I'm not selected for a seat, I will still continue the work outside of the Senate. But kind of uplifting student voices right now is something I'm very passionate about, especially there's been plenty of things going on, like forget the letter name, but like there's things that the LLCs on campus, like just in general, I think community is something people are looking for right now. So that, and then sustainability is also something I've kind of adopted. I fell into being friends with like the Unlittered UF president, and so she has a lot of ideas, and so I was kind of channeling that for her in Student Senate. So continuing that would be a thing for me. But yeah.
Alright. Do you have any questions for us?
I think that's okay. I'll text you guys.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for coming in today.
See you
Appreciate
later.
it. See y'all.
Liel is a legend.
She is a legend. She is feisty, bro. She wants to
I
get to
know.
it. Okay, see you guys later.
Can you call in Morgan?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Or is it?
If He said something
No.
to someone, so.
Yeah, he said,
Hello.
hey.
How's it going?
Good, how are you? I have my resume for you all.
Great. Yeah, we
Thank
can
you.
take that.
Alright, so my name is Aaron, I'm the chair of the replacement agenda committee. I'll be asking questions today, everyone else is just taking notes. You'll have 5 minutes to answer 3 questions we have for you.
Okay, perfect.
Awesome. Okay, so the first question is, what are your motivations for applying to the Student Senate?
I've always been very intrinsically motivated to help other people gauge their own voices. I've grown up with my sister who has autism, and she can't speak for herself a lot of the time and express what she wants, so I've always been an advocate for her, and that kind of translated into my day-to-day life as I adopted the voice of people who can't really speak for themselves. And I think that really motivates me because I really want to make like UF a better school for people who might be afraid to run for a position themselves or speak their mind, and that is really what motivates me. Yeah.
Thank you. Alright, the next question is, what experiences do you have that would make you a good fit for this position?
Yeah, so in terms of personability, I'm a JCA ambassador, so that's a journalism college ambassador. So I have to represent the College of Journalism and Communications just as I'd have to represent the entire University of Florida through this role. This means that I have to professionally act as any action I do is not a reflection of me, it's a reflection of the entire school or the entire college. And then next, I am a peer mentor for veterans here at UF, and this has given me a lot of experience within administrative paperwork. I mean, I know how annoying like red tape is, and I know that you guys experience it all the time. So even in that role, I have to effectively communicate with my mentees. I can't just use blanket words or blanket statements to talk to them because you never know what is going to trigger somebody who's been through a lot. So that's really made me conscientious of how I speak to others and how I form my dialogue so that it is as clear as possible with being as sensitive as possible, which I know will be so useful in this role as not everybody's gonna understand what a bill means. There's so much written there that a lot of people when they look at it are just like, what is that? And then that way I can translate it and make it more digestible. Next, with my roll through campaign, I've kind of gotten used to that rejection. I was an ambassador and I was tabling for hours in a day, and I think you all know how discouraging it can be when somebody completely blows you off or worse, says something hurtful towards you, and you kind of just gotta shake it off like water off a duck's back. And that really has shown me how I can persevere and move on and still have great communications and great conversations with people who might have just insulted me. And I know how abrasive Senate might be, especially with working with other political parties or people who frankly disagree with you. And that way you're gonna have to take criticism and you're gonna still have to treat that person with the utmost respect, because at the end of the day, they are your peer. And I think that's so important to have that skill for that exact reason.
Lastly, what ideas do you have if you were selected for this role?
Yeah, so I really believe that infrastructure and transportation are two areas that UF really needs to improve on. There needs to be a lot more safety infrastructure around campus, frankly, and especially around Southwest Braga, we've seen in the past couple weeks. And this could take the form of speed bumps before the crossroads, or even more speed bumps, because I've walked to the gym and I've seen how fast people fly down there, and if there were just a couple more speed bumps, they would have to pay a lot more attention. Also, there needs to be pedestrian lights at the museum road where it leads on to Whole Road, so when people cross the street either way, trucks and cars will know exactly where they're going because there's nothing there. So if it was night, people are just gonna keep driving, and unfortunately that's when accidents happen. and to accompany those lights, more speed bumps should be added as well to kind of maintain that the speed is 20 miles an hour or 25 miles an hour, not 45 or 50 as we've seen. And then furthermore, in regards to public transportation, the RTS app, which I know that we don't really control, is very lowly rated on the App Store. It's like a 1.6 star rating. And what that means is that students are missing their buses. And when you miss a bus, you're not just like inconveniencing yourself, you're going late to class or not going at all.
Sorry,
And
that is your time.
oh, sorry. But like improving that app would just be much better, because then students can accurately plan out their days without really having those issues.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Those are all the questions we have for you. Do you have any for us?
How have you guys grown your involvement within Senate, just out of curiosity? Like as senators, like how have you gotten even deeper into Senate?
So being on a committee definitely helps with that a lot. I was on the Judiciary Committee for a long time, and it taught me a lot about the codes, and it made me read into the things that we already have in place and how we can improve things technically through like a legal framework. So that helped me get more involved, because before then I was kind of, bouncing things off the wall hoping they'd stick, but after that I knew exactly how to implement those changes I wanted to do.
Well, thank you guys for your time.
Thank you so
Have a
much.
good day.
You too.
I do just want to say, RTS app revisions are underway, so don't worry. But yeah.
Thank
Have a
you.
good one.
Could you call in Isabella Flores?
Yes.
Bronson, could you knock the temperature down? I don't think we actually did that.
I did it.
Oh, thank you. It's not working.
Dude, it's
No.
hot.
Sorry guys. Oh, come in.
Yeah.
Hello. How are you?
Good, and you?
Good.
So my name is Aaron. I'm the chair of the Replacement and Agenda Committee. I'll be asking you a couple questions today, and everyone else is just taking notes. I know 4 people's intimidating, but don't be.
Thank you.
So you'll have 5 minutes to answer 3 questions that we have for you.
Okay.
All right. So the first question we have is, what is your motivation for applying to the Student Senate?
Okay, so I'm applying for the off-campus position for Senate, and I've always been super into advocating for other people. Throughout high school, I did a lot of community service. I had my own community service project. I was in student council. I was choir president. I've always liked to hear what other people have to say and be able to do something about it. So as a person that lives off campus, I think it would be just a really good opportunity to be able to put into action a lot of the things that a lot of people have told me they have had issues with. So yeah, that's pretty much.
Awesome. The next question we have is, what experiences do you have that would make you a good fit for this position?
So again, I've had a lot of experience with leadership positions, not only in high school, but coming into college. I'm a freshman, so it's my 2nd semester. But I joined a program called MLP, which is Member Leadership Program, and it's great. I've learned so much, so many things about being a leader. There's different committees. We have been able to make events and host events, and it just kind of shows us how it is to be on the managing side of it and having to make the events and so that's been a great experience. And just with community service, I had my own project, so I know how it is to have to deal with people with problems and situations and challenges and have to overcome it. So it's yeah.
Thank you. The last question we have is, what ideas do you have if you were to be selected for this role?
Okay, so I have my idea sheet right here.
If
Can I
you have
reference it?
multiple, yeah, if you have
Yeah.
multiple copies of it, you can pass it out.
So I only have one copy
That's
because it
okay.
has
It's
problems
fine.
printing this morning. I'm so sorry.
Not okay.
But basically, my first idea is just having a little a partnership with Amazon kind of, and being able to, for students to be able to have their packages dropped off maybe at the rights union. I know a lot of people, for example, I know in the standard it takes a week for them to even be able to get their packages, which I think is crazy.
You tell
And
them.
then yeah, and then also in my community sometimes you have to wait until they process it, and they don't have they do it manually, so they don't have a system to do it like that. So then you're not being able to have your packages is a problem, I guess, for a lot of people. So I think maybe being able to have an accessible location, and then the packages can drop off there and people can just pick it up from there would be great. Also a club meeting coordinating app.
So I know a lot of, like, for example, one of my really good friends, she lives 10-minute driving distance. So she has to be here from the morning, like for all of her classes, and then when she has clubs in the night, like she has to stay like the entire afternoon, which is like really like, I guess, like annoying and tedious. So maybe being able to have an app where clubs can like coordinate times to adjust for those students, to make them like maybe a lot of meetings, or not even just meetings but like activities during the afternoon, so that those students don't have to stay the entire day, and just being able to like know what's going on, like to have everything more organized. Another one is a parking spot finder app. I have so many friends telling me that they have issues like finding parking on campus, like they have to get here super early. So maybe like I know in parking garages in a lot of places they have sensors, so it tells you like how many spots there are available. So maybe in parking garages we can put sensors, and then like for the ones that are outdoors, maybe having sensors like at the bottom, so then people can see, oh, like I can park here today or not. So I think that would be like a great idea. And then after, food truck Fridays is like my last one. I think this one we could just like partner with like UF Dining, and maybe, I know in my school, like in high school, we had like food trucks like every day. So maybe it could be like a social thing that people can have an incentive to stay after their classes and like meet new people and stuff. So yeah, that's like my ideas.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Those are all the questions we have for you. Do you have any for us?
What's like your most favorite event that you guys have done like so far in student government?
In student government in general,
Or in your positions?
in student government in general, I'm a big fan of the class carnival.
Okay.
I was in Flex my freshman year,
Okay.
and I'm not gonna say that I came up with the idea, but I did say something about a freshman fair, and then the class carnival started. But I really like it.
Yeah.
I like the live music, and I think it's really cool to like meet other freshmen on campus.
Yeah. Oh, that's great. I heard, well, I had applied for another position, and they told me about like the cans that you, to get cans, and then
Corporate
the,
fines.
yeah, I thought that was such a great idea, like you can like remove
Yeah.
the parking tickets. So I don't know, I like hearing different people's, what they say. So yeah, thank you so much.
Of course,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
So this is my idea sheet,
Okay,
and then
perfect.
my resume. I have multiple copies if needed.
Yeah, we can take a coffee.
Okay.
That's good. Thank you so
Thank you
much.
very
Thank
much.
you so much.
Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you too.
I live in the Standard, and the packaging system is unacceptable.
Yeah, I have a friend
terrible.
that lives there, and they have to wait like a week or like longer.
I sent my MCAT books to
Yeah.
home because I didn't want to waste like $2,000 because the Standard loses
Oh my
things.
god.
Terrible.
Thank you so much. I
See you later.
Have a good one. Can you call in? Could you call in Estefania Serna, I believe? Oh, it's a phone interview. Never mind.
Never
Thank
mind.
you.
Bye.
Thank you. Okay. All right.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail.
Try again, and then if they don't answer, we'll just move
I'm gonna double check the phone number.
on.
There's a lot going on right now.
I'm sure. Okay, 786.
been forwarded.
Okay,
Okay.
let's move on.
Sounds good. We are now on for Emma Mikowski. See, is that the phone interview? It is not.
I'm up.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Yeah.
Perfect.
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, it's so
Gonna take up
good.
7 minutes.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
How's it going?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
Sorry for the
No, you're so good.
My name's Aaron Rubai. I'm the chair of the Replacement and Agenda Committee. I'll be the one asking the questions today. Everyone else is just taking notes. I know 4 people is kind of intimidating, but don't be. We will have 3 questions for you, and you'll have 5 minutes to answer them.
Perfect.
Awesome. So, firstly, what are your motivations for applying to the Student Senate?
So, I feel like coming into college, I've always like wanted to be a part of Senate or be like more involved in student government because I was in high school, and I feel like my freshman year I kind of like wasn't like ready to step into such a high position, like such a large university, and I feel like my past kind of experiences recently have kind of motivated me to want to apply for these positions, and seeing like my friends be in Senate and get like these high positions. Has just really motivated me to want to give back to the student body because it's given so much to us. So I feel like this is like a perfect kind of position to get started at. I also do plan on running for an off-campus seat in the fall, so I feel like this is kind of a good way to start.
Alright, thank you. The next question is, what experiences do you have that make you a good fit for this position?
So I currently serve as the Vice President of Membership Experience for my Pan-Atlantic chapter. It is a very high up role in my chapter, and I feel like I deal with a lot of alumni, current members, making sure that everyone's experiences is as good as it can be, working with people with issues, people with concerns, and I feel like it's just a place where I have to kind of put others before I put myself, which I feel like is what Senate is about, putting the student body before you put yourself. I served as Vision Party ambassador for the spring, and I was able to see firsthand how students want to make tangible changes on campus, which I feel like is very important because we do go to school here. It's kind of a place where everyone resides, so it's very important to make sure that everything is kind of the way it's supposed to be and that everyone's voice is heard at the end of the day. I'm a new member of the Florida Cicerones, and a lot of people in the Senate are Florida Cicerones, and they've kind of pushed me to want to apply and kind of like be a part of this organization, and everyone has nothing but good things to say about it. So I feel like that's kind of like where I've kind of been pushed, and I've kind of realized that I am capable of kind of holding these like high positions. What else? Maybe that's it. I don't know.
Alright, and then our last question for you, what ideas do you have if you were selected for this role?
So I feel like it's very important to make sure that all students off campus, on campus are getting the best experience at UF. One of the things I definitely want to implement is street safety. I feel like with the last few accidents, especially these like last week, 2 weeks, it's kind of time for a change on campus with street lights, street signs, better lit up roads. Our roads tend to get very dark at night, which I feel like is something like it's time for a change. There's been 2 accidents within the last week, and I feel like it's kind of time to implement those changes on campus. I feel like better nighttime security and safety. I know with SNAP, it's very like convenient that we have something like that, but I feel like the biggest complaint I've heard is like, it doesn't go to my dorm, I have to walk a mile when I get there. So it's kind of like, how can we implement like more stops, more places where people can feel safer getting dropped off, and just implementing like better housing, kind of for students. I feel like coming in, like freshmen are like, oh my gosh, I don't know where to start. I have to submit my preferences for housing, like what do I do? So kind of like making like in a better space for individuals to kind of like know what they're getting into and everything like that.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Those are all the questions we have for you. Do you have any for us?
Are there any skills that individuals in the past with this position have kind of uphold?
I mean, there's a lot of different skills you could have in the Senate. Certain people specialize in certain areas. I like dealing with like the legality of things. I end up reading a lot of state law that applies to legislation that we're trying to pass. Other people are really like people oriented, and they'll try to, you know, get people together to support different communities. We have caucuses within the Senate. So honestly, there's a lot of skills you can develop in the Senate, and everyone has a different, you know, cup of tea, so you could find what you want to find.
I'll say in particular, I'm looking at your application and I see that I love seeing pre-medicine people be successful. I'm also pre-med. But we had a health caucus. It's not active right now, but that was a bunch of different people in like pre-health or engineering and medicine related fields, and they got together and they decided, you know, it's time to do like really specific initiatives towards this community, and we had a lot of success come out of that. So.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
I had no idea. And I feel like being like pre-medicine, like such like a student government is kind of like everyone's like,
Okay.
everyone's like, why are you here? I'm like, well, I can
Why
do
not?
both.
Exactly.
Why not?
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a great rest of your day.
You too.
Could you call in Gavin for us?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Aaron, do you have
Got
the phone interview form?
Yes.
Can you send that my way?
Yeah.
Hello. How are you?
Doing good. Can't complain.
Good.
Yeah, let me, sure, okay. I'll do it after. Okay. Alright, so my name is Aaron. I'm chair of the replacement and agenda committee. I'll be the one asking the questions today. Everyone else is just taking notes. I know there's a lot of people in here. Don't be stressed. It's
Sounds good. Oh, yeah, hey. It's good practice, right?
Yeah, of course. Alright, so you'll have 5 minutes to answer 3 questions that we have for you.
Okay, wonderful.
Alright, so the first question is, what are your motivations for applying to the Student Senate?
Yeah, so I want to get involved in student government more than I currently am. So I'm currently Watch Party president, as some of you all may know, but that doesn't impact enough, personally, I believe, to get into student government and be able to actually pass and help legislation that impacts the student body. So I really want to get actually into the actual, you know, the nitty gritty of student government in the Senate, be able to actually work on bills, pass bills, whatnot. And so just, you know, it's good to have, you know, get into being able to impact my community on a local level, you know, in Gainesville. You know, student government does have an impact on Gainesville through the events we throw and whatnot. Like, for example, the event yesterday, you know, big event. So it's good to be able to, you know, help the local community, especially in the college, when I'm in college on a college level. And then it's just a great experience as well to learn how, you know, how governments work.
Wow, awesome. Thank you. The next question we have is, what experiences do you have that would make you a good fit for this position?
Yeah, so Watch Party president currently, so being involved in that, right? So you know, through the cases and through all the knowledge I've learned over the last, you know, about year on that, and then my customer service experience is public, so I think that'd be able to allow me to work good with other, you know, peers and associates, as well as being able to listen to my constituents, you know, being able to, you know, be friendly with them. Handle any questions, comments, concerns they may have. Because at the end of the day, you are representing the students here.
Alright. And then the last question we have is, what ideas do you have if you were selected for this role?
Yeah, so a few ideas I have. So a big one recently that came up that really I would like to get implemented is that more speed bumps on campus, and especially after the tragic passing of that student, speed bumps. I also would like to add more picnic benches around campus. I don't think we have enough seating. Bike racks, and then as well as some campaign funding ideas that I currently have that I've kind of taken from, you know, my own party's platform, so things like that.
Awesome, thank you so much.
Yeah, of course.
That's it from us. Do you have any questions for us?
No questions, no questions.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
You guys, have a good one.
Have a
You
great rest
too.
of your day.
Yeah, let me send you the phone.
Yeah, if you could.
I'm gonna make,
Do you want me to call someone in for you guys?
Not yet.
not yet.
We're a little early. Sounds like we are.
What's your email?
Rafe K21 at Gmail.
Rafa's going through war right now. I don't know.
I'm making you an editor. Okay, you should have access now.
Perfect. I don't even need to be like an editor. I just wanted to, cause I got a text that needed, they wanted to see if they could get the interview request.
I'm so confused.
Let me
You
send,
just
wait,
wanted the link
wait,
to
you just
the
wanted
form?
the
I just
link?
wanted the
Wait, the link is in the email that I sent out.
I don't think I got that email.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
definitely did, I
definitely
sent it to
did.
the
Go to
listserv.
your wait, go to the.
Wait, so don't open,
I was checking, it's not in this one, and it's not in the no judicial.
it's in the long RNA email with the.
Where it says the
times.
interview schedule, yeah.
It's here, this,
Yep.
because I know it's mine.
Copy that link.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I low-key still thought,
Yeah, copy that link, cause I just sent you editor access. They should have the
Oh.
responder link, which is in that email.
Oh, no, yeah,
Yeah.
I gave them.
Yeah, let's really try to be on time because
Yeah,
this is
okay.
really.
Can you go get, Sam Terry's?
Sam what?
Samuel, yeah,
Samuel.
Samuel Terry.
Alright, Sam.
we're abbreviating people's
Samuel?
names now.
Perfect.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Doing well. Enjoying one.
So my name is Aaron. I'm the chair of the Replacement and Agenda Committee. I'll be asking you the questions today. Everyone else is just taking notes. Don't be intimidated. So you'll have 5 minutes to answer 3 questions.
Sweet.
Perfect. Okay. So firstly, what are your motivations for applying to the Student Senate?
So I've always pretty much had a passion for student government. I was involved in my student government at my high school, as well as being a member of the Tampa Mayor's Youth Corps. I got to work directly with the mayor. So that opportunity kind of sparked my interest heavily in politics. So upon coming to the university, I planned on slating for quite a while, but I didn't get around to it the beginning of this semester. And so I felt like if I would have, it would have been kind of rushed and not to the best of my ability. So when I heard that this position was open, I was really eager to try to apply for it.
Thank you. The next question we have is, what experiences do you have that make you a good fit for this position?
As I mentioned before, obviously involvement in student government, which is very different from this one, obviously, because there's quite a difference in budget and like operation, but I feel like I'm pretty involved here in organizations that have helped me gain leadership skills as well as social skills. So,
perfect. And lastly, what ideas do you have if you were to be selected for this role?
I have my ideas. That's more of an outline though, rather than just because I wanted to elaborate on it. It's a little cheesy. So one of the first one would be implementation of an on-campus housing liaison to bridge the gap between students that have housing concerns, because I've seen a lot of media that talks about UF's dorming and it being a reason that people don't want to come here necessarily. So I feel like if we address that issue, that could be very beneficial for people coming in as well as for the people already here. And then a school-wide clothing drive for the homeless population of Gainesville. It could be very similar to that one of the food drive for the parking tickets. I think that's definitely something, because we just want to give back to the Gainesville community, especially our homeless population as it's growing. And then student-led game day and holiday events for patients at Shands Children's Hospital. I feel like we always do, or a lot of organizations do, a lot of funding for Shands, but I feel like being more intentional with their time and actually going in person would be beneficial. And then increased availability and distribution of Narcan and fentanyl test strips on campus, just so that someone at a bar or club always has possession of that, just in case the inevitable or something horrible does happen, that people are prepared to take on that. And then collaborate with UFPD to maximize pedestrian safety on campus. That's a pretty broad one, I mean, but it's definitely important. I feel like if UFPD kind of cracks down on people that are jaywalking, I mean, there's already efforts to increase pedestrian infrastructure on Museum, but I think that really having a conversation with UFPD would be beneficial. And then lastly, umbrella checkout stations and ponchos available around campus so that people have those resources, because it's a pain walking to class, so.
All right, thank you so much. That's all we have for you. Do you have any questions for us?
I do not.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Oh, we can take that.
Awesome.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, have a great rest of your day.
You too.
Bye.
Thank you.
Could you call in Benjamin Black?
Yes. You're up.
We're only 1 minute off now.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Hello. Welcome.
Does the seat work?
Absolutely. All right. So my name is Aaron. I'm the chair of the Replacement and Agenda Committee. I'll be asking you the questions today. Everyone else is just taking notes. I know 4 people is intimidating, but don't be. And you will have 5 minutes to answer 3 questions that we have for you.
Sure.
All right. So the first question is, what are your motivations for applying to the Student Senate?
Well, mainly, like, a lot of it is internal. Like, I'm a political science major. I want to, get experience and practice, but also I feel like I'd be a good fit. I did student government high school, and then mainly in mock trial, I write legislation. I, do what I can to, like, pass it. And then in the Florida undergraduate law review, I've debated legislation, I've debated cases, and I feel like that's similar, like, writing and passing it in student government. So, understanding the legal aspects, I think I could add really well to.
Thank you. Next, what experiences do you have that make you a good fit for this position?
Kind of just delve into that, but you know, I guess also, you know, like I was a political canvasser in high school, like paid position, go door to door. I have to understand the policy. I have to be able to talk to people about it. And I know, you know, like after this term, I'll probably be canvassing again, or not canvassing, canvassing, I guess, or tabling, you know, for a political party. And I think it's like pretty important to kind of like, you know, understand the topics and have a comprehensive, in-depth, you know, not just show up to the Senate and then like vote. I think I could do that really well, and then, you know, like set up 4 great years of like being in student government, especially as a freshman. You know, like got a lot of time ahead of me, and I can invest a lot more than I think other candidates.
And lastly, what ideas do you have if you were to be selected for this role?
Okay, so I did have like a couple ideas, like, you know, going across like the Vision Party platform, and you know, there was some change in watch, but mainly Vision. And I think like there's some simple fixes, like getting a day to donate it or devoted to like service workers and campus workers, and I think that's pretty important. Like that's just a simple calendar change, but also, you know, like more extensive, you know, policy platforms, like expanding like the seating and coverage. And then I think there are some, like, you know, on the seating for bus data, I take the bus every day, so this is why it's more passionate about it. But like they're kind of like the guardrails that separate the seats, and it makes it very uncomfortable at some of the stations. So, you know, just changing that would be pretty simple. And yeah, there are a few others, but I'm not sure how I am on time. But I think
You have 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay, yeah, that's perfect. But also, like, I guess, you know, like the different free speech legislation, because what I'm currently writing for the undergraduate law review is free speech and education. So it's kind of like exactly. So I guess changing it so that like the areas around Turlington are different than like, and then like where you can canvass, because I notice people are constantly getting fined for that. Like while canvassing, and I think it's kind of like maybe if you, because they didn't set the line down for some reason in the fall, like of where like past the rights, so change would get like pictures of you and then fine the party. So I think it's like, at least I'm pretty sure. I didn't canvass, but I have a friend and a frat brother who talked to me about that. So I think if like it's more clear like where you can stop canvassing, that's also important. And yeah, those are about the 2 main ones that I think would be pretty easy changes that I could do like off the bat.
All right, thank you so much. Those are all the questions we have for you. Do you have any for us?
Yeah, I guess, I mean, are y'all senators experienced?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Cool.
I'm currently the Senate president, so
Oh, wow.
I've been around the block, but yeah.
If you want to all give your positions, I mean.
I'm the majority party leader for the majority party.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm an off-campus senator, also in the Budget and Appropriations Committee, and I'm a member at large as well.
Okay, and then I'm chair of this committee, and I'm the president pro tempore of the Senate. So we've all been around for a while.
Okay. So is it true you all get fined and taken pictures of? Like, that's I'm in Endicott, and my brother Robbie told me that like.
Yeah, so I'm not exactly sure for the rights. It has
I can
different
answer
rules.
it, yeah.
Just because you're allowed to be under, like you're usually not allowed to be under any covering, but at the rights you are. And so for the rights you're allowed to hold the door open, but there's not necessarily tape there. But at other locations, you're supposed to be like 50 feet away, and they didn't set the tape down. I think in the fall or the spring. So sometimes it is really hard to kind of tell.
Yeah, because I did like also canvas in the fall, and for change, but you know I'm switching now, and and like they would always talk about like taking pictures, and Robbie said they're still doing it, and I'm like, I don't know, if it was a little more clearer, then you know it wouldn't have to go to up and then to get fined. So, but also like, what's your experience? Like, how did you kind of get into student gov?
For me in particular, I knew that I wanted to do it my freshman year, so I went on the SG website and applied for all of them. And then I ended up joining cabinet and Senate at the same time, and then after my term in both of those concluded, I decided that I wanted to move forward with Senate, because I was less of an event planning person and more of a like legislative leadership type person, and I stayed, and I've stayed several summers, and it's been an amazing experience.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm kind of excited for.
Yeah.
And honestly, even if I'm not selected, I'll canvas for Vision in the fall. You know, kind of what I'm excited to do.
Okay.
But yeah, thank you so much for your
Thank
time.
you so much for
thank you
coming
for
in
coming.
and for interviewing.
Thanks.
Have a great rest of your day.
You too.
Next interview is a interview.
Okay.
Nobody's outside. So.
That's okay.
Yeah.
my friend is in charge of the undergrad law review, so I'm like wondering if he knows all these people.
Yeah.
We should do like a partnership. It'd be awesome.
That's actually a good idea.
Yeah.
Judicial.
Who do you know who do you know
Andres and Sebastian.
I know Lily and
I don't know who that is.
this guy named David, but they're both in it too, so I don't know.
I think he started it.
Oh, he does. I think he does.
Hey, is this Noah?
Yeah.
Hey, this is Aaron Rubai. I'm calling from the Replacement and Agenda Committee. Are you ready for your interview today?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, perfect. So you'll have 5 minutes to answer 3 questions that we have for you.
Okay.
All right. The first question is, what are your motivations for applying to the Student Senate?
So yeah, basically, I've been trying to get more involved around student life and around campus, and this is getting involved in student government was one of the main ways that my brothers at Topsaw told me to get involved. I think I know. I'm involved both within the freshman community and within the sophomore community because I am a sophomore year. However, this is my first year in Gainesville, so I'm kind of in like the freshman social circles. I interact with both and I've talked to both, and I think I have a good idea of what both are looking for improvement on campus, and so I think I bring that to the table. Also, I've always been someone who's been involved in the communities I work with. For instance, back home, I was part of the youth program. We did a lot of work with freshmen there. We would organize events for them. We would do activities for them weekly, bi-weekly. And yeah, I wanted to keep doing in Gainesville what I did in Miami, which is where I'm from. So there you go.
Awesome. The next question we have is, what experiences do you have that would make you a good fit for this position?
So yeah, I outlined some ideas when I submitted my form. Do you mind if I go look at them, just because I can't think of them off the top of my head? Is that all right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, beautiful. So here we go. So one of the ideas I had, and this would just kind of be like a fun thing to do, is bi-weekly rotating food stands on Plaza of the Americas. Kind of like what Krishna does, except we could ally with different clubs and different independent students if they wanted to run these food stands just for like a week or so, and then we could split the profits. Student government could split the profits with them, or divide the profits in a way that would be fair. And that way it would be good for student government and also for these clubs and different people to showcase what they have to offer. Another idea was pick-up drop-off umbrella stations throughout campus. So we live in a pretty unpredictable weathered area, and so I just think that having these umbrellas stationed around campus, and obviously it would rely on honor code, we would have to assume that people wouldn't steal the umbrellas, but I have faith in our student body for that. And yeah, you just pick up an umbrella, you have to drop it off at another on-campus building, and they would have their bins too, and I think it would just help people stay dry. For my major specifically, I'm a history major. I think that would be good to have open house coffee events. I've talked to my teachers before. I talked to my teachers and teaching assistants to try to get their perspectives on what could be improved around campus. They said that they really wanted more opportunities to interact with each other, interact with people in the major and even people in the minor, just people interested in history. And I think that organizing these events would be cool. And then the last one would be writing workshops for any major that would want to. I know there's tutoring sessions available, but one of the biggest things that teachers tell me is a struggle for students now is just writing. Obviously, people are relying a lot on ChatGPT nowadays, and so they want students to really elevate their writing. And I think that these workshops, led by TAs or maybe grad students that are willing to do the job, and they can get paid in different kinds of incentives. It doesn't have to be monetary incentives, but it could be something else. So yeah, those are just 4 of my ideas.
All right, thank you. The next question we have for you, and the last question, is what ideas do you have if you were to be selected for this role? I know you just
What
answered.
was the last question? I feel like I misinterpreted the last question. I'll answer the second question.
Yeah.
I know that was the last question. The second question is, what experiences do you have that would make you a good fit for this position?
Okay, I heard ideas instead of experience. So yeah, like I said, in high school I was part of a youth program called Makari Saeed. We were planning events every week. We would plan big weekend retreats for these kids. So I do have a lot of experience in just like planning events, especially things that are going to be used and done by large groups of people. We were dealing with around 300, 400 kids. Obviously, campus is a lot larger, but I think it does apply in the same way. Another experience I had last year, I spent a gap year in Israel, so I made worldly knowledge, maybe you could say. I'm part of my fraternity. I have some roles with them. I'm in charge of social chair, so just like, interacting with people, being charismatic.
Alright,
That's the time.
that is time. Alright, so that's all we have for you. Do you have any questions for us?
I guess just when would I hear back about the position?
You should hear back by Monday.
Okay, and another question. I slated for one of the parties a couple weeks ago. Is this in relation to that? Like, is this? I'm a little confused on how this Senate position applies to the other positions where you would do it with like a party affiliation.
Yeah, so the position that you applied for the open permanent off-campus seat, that is a position that's elected in the fall election. But this position opens up, for example, if someone resigns from Senate. So
I see.
yeah, this would be a permanent Senate seat up until the fall election.
Understood.
All right.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Have a good day.
You have a good day. Bye.
Bye. The next one is also a phone interview.
While you're doing that, I'm gonna run to the bathroom, but we have quorum, so you can just use my timer and stuff. I'll be back.
See you soon. Could you look-y grab me like a paper towel if you could?
Yes?
That would be mad.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. This has been stuffy for the past 2 weeks. I appreciate it, Julia. What the heck? That crazy thing?
Alright, this is for River Coil.
Oh, perfect.
Okay.
Hello?
Hey, is this River?
Yes.
Awesome. This is Aaron Rubai. I'm calling on behalf of the Replacement and Agenda Committee. Are you ready for your interview today?
Yes, I am.
Awesome. Alright, so we're going to ask you 3 questions and you'll have 5 minutes to answer them.
Alright, thank you so much.
Okay. So the first question is, what are your motivations for applying to the Student Senate?
Yeah, so I'm applying for I'm a sophomore living off campus. So I feel like I really understand the unique challenges and opportunities faced by students in the community at UF. My motivation really comes from a desire to amplify the voices of off-campus students to advocate for improved resources, transportation options, and affordable housing. I served as student senator last summer 2024, and just during my time in Senate and over summer, I saw student government can make an impact on student lives, and I really just want to use this platform to enhance the off-campus experience. And I just really feel like I'm passionate about fostering inclusivity and ensuring that all students feel connected to campus life, regardless of where they live, and just make sure that everyone feels connected to campus.
Awesome, thank you. The next question we have is, what experiences do you have that would make you a good fit for this position?
Yeah, so my prior experiences have really just critical skills such as leadership, communication, and problem solving, which are essential for representing off-campus students effectively. I've learned to navigate complex challenges by analyzing issues, identifying actionable solutions, and collaborating with diverse groups to implement them throughout my involvement and throughout my time in the U.S. so far. These experiences have also enhanced my ability to listen and just address concerns thoughtfully and advocate passionately, involving with a focus on creating meaningful change. And really, I just feel like I'm confident in my ability to bring these skills to the Senate and to serve off-campus students with dedication and purpose.
Alright, thank you. And the last question we have for you is, what ideas do you have if you were to be selected for this role?
Yeah, so some of the ideas I have, as an off-campus student myself, I know when I first came to UF, I felt really disconnected from campus life, and really I want to focus on just bridging that gap the most I can. I would champion initiatives like an off-campus resource hub that combines housing, transportation, and engagement tools into one user-friendly platform. One motive I'm really passionate about, I really want to expand the SNAP resource, so I really want to expand SNAP to drive to off-campus apartments and other locations off-campus to expand that resource further, so maybe like going to Standard or Hub on Third or Hub on University, just name a few places. And also to foster community, I want to introduce off-campus connections. So basically, this is like a series of events and forums designed to bring off-campus students together to share concerns and develop solutions collaboratively while getting everyone's ideas together, and by also by blending practical resources with meaningful engagement opportunities. And really, just overall, I aim to transform the off-campus experience into one that is not just convenient, but truly connecting and empowering everyone together.
Awesome, thank you so much. That's all we have for you. Do you have any questions for us?
No, I have no questions at all. Thank you so much for your time and your consideration. I really appreciate it.
Perfect. Yeah, thank you so much for interviewing today.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
All right, have a good day.
You as well. Bye.
Bye.
Oh, I was talking fast.
That's quick. Yeah, you got notes?
I tried my best.
Yeah, that was quick.
Yeah, I got notes. So don't
Okay.
worry.
I got some notes, but you know, maybe not my best.
All right, could you grab Nicholas Penza?
Yeah. Sorry, finishing my last thought.
I think in future meetings, I'm gonna add spaces between half the number of people.
Should we wait for Julia at all a little bit, or?
No.
Hey, Julia.
Is that for him?
Yeah, no, you're good.
Nicholas?
Nicholas?
Yes.
Perfect.
How are you?
Doing well, how about you?
Pretty good, thanks.
Nice to see you again.
Yes, good to see you guys as well.
How are you doing today?
Pretty good, pretty good.
My name is Aaron. I'm the chair of the Replacement Agenda Committee. I'll be asking you the questions today. Everyone else is just taking notes, so don't be intimidated.
Don't worry.
And you'll have 5 minutes to answer 3 questions that we have for you.
Okay.
All right. So the first question is, what are your motivations for applying to the Student Senate?
Yeah, so for as long as I can remember, I've always strived to serve my community, whether I was organizing food drives or toy drives, or even, shoveling the driveways of the elderly folks in my community back at home following snowstorms. It's always been my desire to give back to the people in place that have given me so much. And coming to UF was the first time I really separated myself from that community that I had, and I felt detached from them. And ultimately, the adjustment was very challenging. And, 2 years later, here I am almost going into my junior year, and things have hit a complete 180. I've realized that, this place isn't the place I need to dread being at. It's the place I've come to find a second community and a second home, and it's a place that I ultimately want to contribute to. And I think that this position in Senate will allow me to be a voice for kids like myself who weren't necessarily able to speak up because they aren't comfortable yet. But also, I think it will allow me to make some meaningful change by leveraging, my strategic thinking and being a voice for change and stuff of that nature.
Awesome. The next question we have is, what experiences do you have that make you a good fit for this position?
Absolutely, yeah. So I think the first thing I want to speak about in terms of my experiences, I was served as the county commissioner in the 76th annual meeting of American Legion Jersey Boys State. So I don't know if any of you guys are familiar with Boys State, but essentially it's do I need to explain?
No, I went.
Okay, yeah, so it was a great program, but essentially in my role as county commissioner, I was responsible for authoring a county manual where I explored and answered a number of issues that were present in my county, Eisenhower County. Some of these issues included things like public safety, economic development, as well as urban planning. I think that my ability to come up with reasonable and logical solutions to these issues represents and shows that I'm ready to do it in this setting at UF. The second experience I really want to highlight is the time I spent as chapter compliance director for my fraternity. It was in this role where I served as a liaison between the school, my chapter as a whole, and then the international fraternity itself. Obviously, those three don't always tend to agree, but it required a lot of effective communication and time management, and ensuring that my fraternity was always abiding by the standards and regulations that were set forth. And third thing I really want to emphasize is the time I spent as a senior analyst in the Gator Investment Banking Academy. It was very technical, and I don't know how familiar you guys are with the M&A process, but it tends to be very quantitatively heavy. So I think that leveraging my strategic thinking and teamwork and collaborative efforts in this role will be really beneficial when working with my peers to come up with some really innovative solutions to the problems present on campus. And that's what I thought.
The last question we have is, what ideas do you have if you were to be selected for this position?
Absolutely. So I'll try to give you guys the short-winded, but they're pretty in-depth, so if you guys need to look at that a little bit. The first one I want to highlight is a problem I personally faced, and that is finding a job on campus. I came back from winter break, and I was like, I need to get some money in my pocket. I spent a little bit too much in the fall, so myself and my roommate started looking around for jobs, and here we are 8 weeks, 10 weeks later, and I'm still unemployed. So I think that this serves as a great sort of bridge to really bridge that gap between local businesses who are not only looking to hire, but are looking to hire UF students, and students like myself and my roommate who are looking for jobs. And I think this will do two things. The first of which is that I think it will allow for students like myself and my roommate to find jobs that not only will pay us, right, jobs that will allow us to fit into our schedule. Our employers will be aware that we're students and that we have commitments outside of the workplace, things like school, exams, organizational requirements, etc. And the second thing I think it will do is that it will allow us to really deepen that bond that we have with our Adeline community, right? Because it's not just UF and Gainesville, it's the swamp. It's one cohesive environment, and I feel that an initiative such as this will really help cement that idea. The second one I want to mention is more particular to my off-campus seat, which I'm applying for, and that is an off-campus training orientation program. Essentially, much like the Hold works on UF, my idea with this one is that prior to moving off campus, a Hold populates on a student's One UF portal, and they have to remove it, they have to complete a Canvas module. It doesn't have to be long, 15, 20-minute video, just explaining the rights and responsibilities they have as tenants, the subleasing and leasing process and what those mean, as well as going in depth on what resources UF already has readily available for the off-campus students, right? Because I know about them, but that's only because I chose to research them and go out of my way to look for them. So I think that having all of those in front of the students at once would be really beneficial in terms of streamlining that process. And then the last one I want to hit on is, I think the most important one. It hits a little close to home following the events of last week. But scooter safety on campus is hyper stigmatized. I'll be walking to campus, and I'm guilty of it myself. I don't always wear my helmet. I'll see people driving in the bike lane, or not using their directionals, or yielding at a stop sign instead of fully stopping. And
unfortunately, that is the time that
No
we
worries.
have, but we do have the sheet. So
Yeah,
let's
so
read that.
perfect. I appreciate it, guys.
Yeah, that's all we have for you. Do you have any questions for us?
Yeah. So I mentioned that my idea and my logic for wanting to join Senate stems from wanting to have a lasting impact on my school community. Does each of you feel that in your time in Senate you've been able to do so?
100%.
Yeah.
Awesome. That covers it then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
so
you,
much.
guys.
Thank you
Have
so
a good
much for
one.
coming in.
You too.
Yeah, you
Have a
as
great
well.
day.
The next interview is a phone interview.
Okay.
We're back to being 5 minutes off.
If not,
So you're finding about if I went to the restroom now?
Yeah, go for it.
it's up to you. It's just one.
Yeah, I can ask. That's so funny.
Sorry. But
No,
this
it's
is like,
okay.
if not,
I'm not mad. I just might not be there, so it would be off.
to be honest with you, if that, honestly, I think it works better if we just wait till Tuesday then.
Really? I disagree. I feel like.
I mean, then we can do it then, but
No,
that's
I
fine.
feel like people should know what's going on at that time.
Are you ready?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
sorry, that was random conversation.
No, all good. We're only 5 minutes off right now.
Your call has been forwarded to
Yeah.
voicemail. The person you're
Do you have to stay?
It's,
or-
yeah, but it should be okay. If you go to. No, it's okay. Go to response. Yeah.
Good morning.
Morning.
Who's
This is
He just says she's gonna tell you not to
Alexander
look at her.
Peterson.
Oh, yeah.
Alexandra?
Alexander.
What does it mean today?
She said, I'm gonna tell Aaron not to look at me. I'm gonna start laughing.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The
Do it
person
one
you're
more
trying.
time, because the first one didn't go.
Sure, I agree. Let me check the phone number again. Yes.
Thank you, Julia, I appreciate
That's okay.
that.
been forwarded to.
Okay. We are now in line for Jerome Epstein, who is in person.
Yeah.
His name is Maverick, so when you
Yeah.
call him stage.
Yes.
Should we wait a couple seconds to just go?
Go. We're already 2 minutes behind his time.
Perfecto. Maverick. What's up, brother? Oh yeah, take your time.
This is such a professional conversation.
Hi.
Hello.
Yes, it is.
How's it going?
Good, how are you guys?
Good. Thank you.
Alright, so my name is Aaron. I'm the chair of the Replacement and Agenda Committee. I'll be the one asking the interview questions today. Everyone else is just taking notes. We're going to have 3 questions for you, and you'll have 5 minutes to answer them. If you have like an idea sheet or resume, you can hand that to us afterwards.
Okay,
Up to
yeah.
you. Alright, so the first question we have is, what are your motivations for applying to the Student Senate?
Yeah, definitely. So my primary motivation comes from just my overall passion about policy. And so kind of in specific, that means the process of from the idea to the legislation all the way to implementation. And so that's kind of been the guiding force of how I've kind of been able to see the world through a lens of over the last few years. So kind of what that means for me has been, through high school, the organizations I was involved in, kind of trying to peer into and be conscientious of where the funding is coming from the charity organizations I'm coming with, and kind of recognizing the importance of federal grants and subsidies, and working with kind of the lead people on those organizations to kind of be aware and cognizant of that funding and the importance of policy within that. And then also I was the president of my school's veteran sport club in high school, and so I was able to kind of garner a really interesting relationship between the students on my campus who I needed the support from to bring policy that was already written into legislation by the government to support veterans and bring resources and funding to what they needed. And so, and just on a daily basis, just my last kind of final point, just walking around from, taking flights and being conscientious of, agencies such as like the FAA, and from, the roads when you're driving, and just, campus, looking at the funding, just kind of recognizing the importance of policy, I guess you could say.
Alright, thank you. The next question we have is, what experiences do you have that would make you a good fit for this position?
Yeah, definitely. So I think just to highlight a few experiences, few from high school, few from last semester, I would say that being the leader of the Veterans Sport Club, I really was able to step into a leadership role, which I think is really important, as well as a team building and teamwork role. And then beyond that, I was involved in a lot of charity work in high school, helping bring disabled kids and adults surfing for the first time, which kind of requires a lot of hands on deck and a lot of teamwork together. And then the last thing, kind of what cemented my kind of passion for policy and for humanitarian work. I went to Krakow, Poland, and tried to help Ukrainian refugees who are fleeing war, and that really cemented why I want to keep working in this realm. And then the last thing is, over the last semester, I've gotten involved with a lot of different organizations, Thrive IFC, which is a mental health group, niche foreign policy groups within my fraternity as vision ambassador. And so through these roles, I really feel like I've been able to speak and advocate for a lot of students and hear a lot of needs. And that's kind of one of my most important things that I want to bring to Student Senate, is that 14 days of campaign isn't the only time that you're reaching out to students and trying to really hear what can be improved and what's going well. That's something that I think I want to bring throughout the whole year.
Awesome. Thank you. And then the last question we have is, what ideas do you have if you were to be selected for this role?
Yeah, I think to highlight kind of 3 main ideas, I would say the first one would be, I've heard a lot of students talking about how beneficial kind of things like business fraternities and medical fraternities and clubs have been. I think bringing that to other majors, I know that coming in as a freshman, if there was kind of a more casual social setting of political science majors who came together, especially in the beginning of the year, and were able to kind of create more cohesion in that element and speak to each other about what classes they're taking and how they can plan for the year, as well as having a resource to talk to upperclassmen, could be really helpful, and kind of sparking that through Senate could be really impactful. Another one would be, I'm really passionate about creating a better cohesion between paid students and off-campus students, between on-campus students, you know, especially kids that are taking classes at Santa Fe and want to transfer in. I think there's definitely a role possibly through class councils that could create a better relationship between the two entities, especially in the beginning of the year when the transition period can be difficult. And then my last one, I guess maybe I have a few more seconds.
You have a minute.
Oh, a minute.
20 seconds, yeah.
I've tried to race through the last time my timing was horrible. Yeah, so then one more idea, and I guess I'd keep going if I have time. I know that this previously was passed through Senate, I'm pretty sure, through legislation, but was never implemented. And I think that kind of highlights how I want to be a senator that sees legislation all the way into implementation, was bringing puppies and dogs onto campus during midterm and finals week and sort of like a mental health puppy day. I know like logistically this is a like really difficult thing to implement, but I know that especially if my peers are supporting me, then I think I could try to see this all the way through and just try to like brighten up people's day during midterm and finals week. Let's see my other ideas.
You have 37 seconds.
37 seconds.
No pressure.
Okay, I'm gonna stick with that because that's what I prepared. And that's how I timed it out.
Perfect.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you guys.
Yeah, we don't have anything left for you, but do you have any questions for us?
Yeah, I guess from what you've heard from my interview, how do you think that I could just be the best senator that I can and can continue to come up with good creative ideas?
The same thing that I always tell everyone is to make sure that when you have an idea, make sure you're reaching out to the appropriate people, even if you have to ask around to find out like who exactly you need to reach out to, and then just sending those emails or scheduling those meetings. And then making sure you're really sticking with an idea from the beginning all the way to the very end, up until implementation. And then, if the implementation is successful, then making sure you maintain that relationship so that other senators can use that faculty relationship that you had already set up, and two, you can do it year after year if you would like.
Yeah.
Basically what you said.
Yeah, the relationship part was interesting. I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you
That
so
was
much.
my main issue.
Have a great rest of your day.
Yeah, you too.
Alright, we are now done with the off-campus permanent seat and are in line for the Judiciary Committee Chair position for Bravo. Could you grab Matthew Bravo?
Matthew Bravo, are you ready?
You don't have to introduce yourself anymore, by the way. In case
I
you're
know,
curious.
yes, I'm no longer gonna be introducing myself.
There's no need for it.
How are you doing today?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Pretty good?
Yeah, how's it going? I would have brought my makeup, dude, if I knew the camera was gonna be here.
Yeah. Oh, you're not at the unit.
Okay.
Alright, so we'll be asking you 3 questions. You'll have 4 minutes to answer them, then we'll move into the technical questions. Alright. And we just finished all the open off-campus seats. Nice. Alright, so the first question we have is, what is your motivation for applying for the Judiciary Committee Chair position?
Well, I think just seeing a smooth legislative process all the way through, right? We have senators who, when they submit a bill, want to know that it's going to be effectively heard within the committee, and they want to know that it's not going to take so much time that they have to wait weeks on end to hear their bill. I think just making the process a little more confident for senators is going to allow us to have a much smoother chamber in general. So that's my motivation for applying.
Alright, the next question is, what experiences do you have that would make you a good fit for this position?
So I've been the Judiciary Committee Vice Chair in 2 separate terms. I was it during the Summer B legislative session, and I'm currently the Vice Chair presently. I've also served on the committee for around 10.5 months at this point, so I have direct experience when it comes to judiciary matters. I've also been a class president. I'm currently the sophomore class vice president, and I'm the External Affairs Director of Legislative Affairs, all of which have contributed to knowledge of the campus and issues pertaining to UF and students in general, as well as legislative synthesis.
And what ideas do you have if you were to be selected for this role?
So the main ones is I would lay out responsibilities directly for the vice chair on the first day. I would ensure that the vice chair of the committee is responsible for ensuring that any bills that are tabled or failed due to clarity and format issues specifically are relayed back to the author. This will not only eliminate the problem of authors sometimes not even knowing their bills were tabled or failed in the committee, but it will also ensure that because clarity and format tablings are the most common occurrence as far as a bill is tabled within the Judiciary Committee, that we could have a smoother process when it comes to rehearing the bill in the following week.
Alright, and now we're gonna move into the technical questions. What are the 5 criteria for reviewing all legislation?
Sure. Constitutionality, legality, implication, clarity, format.
What is the procedure for reviewing legislation in the Judiciary Committee?
So 5 minutes of presentation from the author or sponsor, 5 minutes of question and answer, 5 minutes of debate, 2 minutes of final privilege.
Alright, and then lastly, what can the Judiciary Committee move to do to a bill besides amend it?
Pass, fail, table, or postpone the bill.
Alright, that's all we have for you. Do you have any questions for us?
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you for coming.
I'll see you, Tyler.
By the way, judiciary is canceled today for 5. I don't know if anybody told you. No. But, okay, yeah, it's canceled for 5 today because there were no new bills or nominations to be heard. Okay, Yep. thank you. Yep.
Could you grab, who's in next?
Is it Michael or Mitchell?
I think
Mitchell.
Michelle.
Michelle.
Okay.
I don't know.
Thank
We can
you.
ask him. I suck at timing. He had a short interview, but I didn't even start the timer. Can someone else do it?
I mean, I could do that.
Can you use
Use
your
your own
phone?
phone?
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, I could definitely use my own phone.
Maybe he filled out a phone interview.
He did not.
Okay.
I missed two interviews while I was in the bathroom.
What?
I missed 2 while I was in the bathroom.
Yes.
Maverick and someone.
That was quick.
Well, one didn't. That's right.
Are we sure it's?
Oh, when did I? Okay.
Yes, 11:35 is
Michelle.
Michelle Simone, and then
Okay.
it's
I don't see Michelle.
And then who's the next one?
Maya Dicula.
No phone interview?
For budget purposes.
Oh, no, it's not Maya. We're skipping her.
Oh, yes, you're right, Maya's at the end.
Yeah, she's
Mia.
at 135.
Mia.
She's popped out of nowhere.
I've been there. I like to arrive
Wait,
early.
wait,
guys.
1 second. Wait, Maya's when?
135.
135.
You moved
Th-
Maya.
I know, this is wrong.
What is wrong?
Alright, good.
Because Maya was swapped with someone else. And that means that it's actually the other person up. Well, just
Wait.
wait.
Let me see what you sent to us.
Not on our name. It's falling apart without me.
Yes, it's Alessandro Cafferata.
Oh. That would
His
be
interview actually isn't up yet. It's 11:45. Are we that far ahead? What did?
How did, that's not possible. How did that happen?
How did this happen?
No,
'Cause 2 people haven't shown up.
Mia's 11:45.
Oh, I just read the number below.
Yeah.
He's 11:40.
Yeah, so
That's
we're
good.
good. We're pretty good.
Yeah, I haven't.
Can you
Yeah, I'm gonna.
grab him?
Let me see if he's a phone interview.
Alessandro?
He's a phone or
No.
Let me.
Look for him, please.
Yes. Yeah, I forgot because it didn't switch on my sheet, but it switched.
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay.
No biggie. Yeah, if people don't show up and then they come at the end, it's up to you to decide what to do. I would always interview them, but just like take into consider unless they like give
Yeah.
a compelling reason, like, you know,
That's fair.
they missed their interview, so it's like we're being nice by letting them do it. But it's up to whatever you want to do.
Okay. Yeah, I forgot that was switched. Thank you.
I don't believe he's here.
Okay.
If anybody knows what he looks like and wants to come look, I've just been yelling.
He's a
He's one of the
graduate.
grads.
He's a grad. Yeah, longer hair.
I don't think he's here, but I'll look again.
No, it's okay. You can just interview.
Yeah, you can
Yeah.
interview.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
We can
You
get
just
him
really
in.
want to talk to
He'll
me.
search through it so badly. Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh.
She
wow.
knows what's up.
It's
Oh,
almost like
wow.
I said honestly.
Have you been here before?
No.
All right. So, yeah, my name's Aaron.
It's a pleasure.
Yeah, so today the process will be 4 minutes to answer 3 questions we have for you, and then 1 minute to answer the technical questions for rules and ethics.
Okay.
All right, you got the timer?
Yeah.
Okay. So starting off, what is your motivation for applying for the rules and ethics chair position?
So for student government in general, I've just really liked working on initiatives to make our campus better. I've been involved with the legislative and executive branch for about a year now, and it's been really cool to see my changes that I've worked on come to life on campus. And then rules and ethics specifically, I've been on the committee my entire time in Senate, and I've just seen more room for increased efficiency and transparency, so I think that I can make those changes to make the committee as efficient as possible.
Thank you. The next question we have is, what experiences do you have that make you a good fit for this position?
So I've been on the Rules and Ethics Committee, like I said, since summer when I was a replacement senator. So I served all of summer C under Chairwoman Kingard. And it was cool because I got to sit in on like different things that you don't normally sit in on, like an expulsion hearing, which was really interesting. It was cool to see how the codes work and like how that type of thing goes into the committee. And then right now when I joined, so I was a summer replacement, and I got back into Senate through RNA, I want to say in September, and then I joined the committee again. Catherine, the Chairwoman Isaacson, asked me to serve as her vice chair, so I've been able to chair a couple of committee meetings, and yeah, I've just been on the committee since then.
And then lastly, what ideas do you have if you were to be selected for this role?
So if you guys look at my idea sheet, so one thing that's not on there that I think is important is when new members join the committee, I think that the chair needs to sit down with the person that's joining to outline what the Rules and Ethics Committee actually is, because a lot of times, like, you don't really know. I didn't know when I joined. Actually, Senate President Cipher taught me about rules and ethics. She took me under her wing. And I did it when I was so I've acted as chair for a couple of meetings because Chairwoman Isaacson couldn't be there. So I sat down with a newly elected R&E committee member, and she said it was beneficial to like go through with me and understand like what actually happened. So I think also offering statutory interpretation workshops to other senators is important, because at the end of the day, it's their constituency and their absences that are being heard, so they need to understand like what we're going through. And then just offering SG funded orgs, like offering that as constituency is important, because a lot of the time we're funding them and people don't really know about them. So I think that's like a mutually beneficial thing. Committee members serve as the liaison. So it's kind of hard when I get like 100 texts about the same thing. So I think that if the committee members, if they're assigned a specific committee member and can reach out to them, they'll get a faster response, and hopefully it'll like reduce the room for error. And then additional line for constituency. Basically, like when we go through absences in constituency, a lot of the time people will just be like, went to this organization's meeting, we don't know anything about it, so we have to like research it, and sometimes it takes a really long time. So if they could add like a link to a website, add another picture or something like that, it would just make things easier for the committee. And then I've actually already talked about this with former Chairwoman Felix about the constituency calendar. We started on it over summer when I was here, but we like never really like followed up with it. So I think that the R&E committee, each committee member should be assigned a specific type of constituency, and then we add it to a sheet, and then the new chair will add it to a constituency calendar. And then personalized expectation emails, so just like sending that out to highlight the expectations at the beginning of the term so people know what they have to do. And then I think there needs to be more frequent constituency update emails. Right now it's usually just midterm, and then if you're put on probation. I think that it should be done midterm 2 weeks before constituency is due, so people know that they have to complete it. And that's it.
Perfect. All right, now we're moving into the technical questions. The first one is, how many absences does it take for a senator to be resigned by non-attendance or expelled from Senate?
So in the fall and spring, it's 3 unexcused or 4 total combined, and then summer it's 2 unexcused, 3 total combined.
All right. And then the next question, when do absences and constituencies reset for all senators?
So absences reset at the start of the Senate term, and then constituencies start on the first day of the academic semester, and then they end on the last Senate meeting of the academic semester.
Perfect. Okay, that's all we have for you. Do you have any questions for us?
I don't.
All right.
Thanks.
Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. I think it's the fastest I've ever spoken. I was trying to get it in before time ended.
That was really good.
Thanks so much.
All right, could you call in? I just saw Alessandro. Could you call him in?
Mm-hmm. Thanks, guys. Have a good rest of your day.
Bye-bye. I didn't text her yet, I'm sorry. We'll figure it out. Hello.
Sorry for being late, I got lost.
Oh, good.
It happens.
All right. Just to double check, you applied for the Information Communications Committee position. All right. So we will be asking you 3 questions. You'll have 4 minutes to answer them, and then we'll also be asking you some technical questions. You'll have a minute to respond to those. Sure. All right. So firstly, what is your motivation for applying for this seat?
Yeah, so great question. I think given my experience working in PR professionally, I have like a certain set of skills, specifically in strategic communication, that I've seen firsthand. When you implement those skills, the way that you can engage, you know, a population, whether it be for your clients or for a Senate, whatever sort of communications you're working on. And I think there's a lot of like grad students that don't even know about what work student government gets up to, and it directly impacts them. So the number one step in changing that is better communications, in my opinion.
Next question is, what experiences do you have that make you a good fit for this position?
Yeah, like I mentioned, I worked professionally in PR for 2 years before I started my graduate degree for a top 50 PR, global PR firm called Cuenca, based in Miami. They're a Spanish firm, but they have offices all over Latin America and Miami. And there I was an account manager. I started as a junior. I moved on to a full account manager in 2 years. And I worked all sorts of companies from DHL, AB InBev, Apple. And I think the knowledge I gained there, the skills I learned there would be very valuable in a Senate communication setting also. Also, I was in charge of organizing like client dinners, lunches, so a little bit of like the social aspect there too.
And then lastly, what ideas do you have if you were to be selected for this role?
Great question, thank you. There's two ideas that I think would really help with my goals of improving communications and engagement with the graduate student body. The first, and I think the most important one out of the two, is implementing some sort of press release system to work with local media, work with student-run news organizations. Most of these like papers, I'm not gonna be specific, they already have like student government assigned sections, but since we're not engaging them proactively, it sort of allows them to write their take on everything without having the perspective of what the Senate is doing and why we're passing legislation, why we're doing it, what it is that we do. And being proactive with that would help, you know, engage students that read that either daily or weekly or whatever. They would have more stories that shine a good light on the Senate and what we're doing in here. Oh, and the second one, so that's sort of like the external communications plan that I have. The internal one is I understand that the Senate has a newsletter already. I don't know to what degree it's utilized. I've never read it, unfortunately. But that I see sort of as a problem, you know. So increasing dissemination among the student body, whether that be like spreading it to student body or student group leaders, and then they can spread it down to their groups, or spreading it directly to students. I'm not sure what's possible. But there's things that you can do with newsletters that really boost engagement through like a drafting perspective, a way that it's written and a way that it's disseminated. And I have experience in that also, so I think it'd be really fun to work on.
Thank you. And now we're gonna move into the technical questions.
Sure.
All right, so firstly, what are the events that INC is supposed to plan during the fall and spring semesters, and when do they need to be held?
Okay, so they do socials, and they also do the new Senate member orientation. The new Senate member orientation, not exactly sure as to the specific date. I'd imagine it's pretty soon after the session starts.
Thank you. All right, that's all the questions we have for you. Do you have any for us?
Have there normally been grad students on this committee?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We had one pretty much for all of the past year, or at least for the past semester. But obviously, like, graduate representation on committees is something that could be improved. It's not like obviously we go by interview though, and we don't discriminate based on constituency. So, but thank you so much for interviewing.
No, of course. Thank you guys.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
your time.
Bye.
Is that it? Bye.
Yeah.
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you guys.
Have a good rest of your day.
You too.
What are,
Thank you
you
guys.
asked him, I'm like,
So I'll show you.
Sorry, Tyler. Don't want to get that on
like, go
on
to
camera. It's dark. Hopefully it doesn't mess up your video.
2.
Mhm.
Okay, then 1.
I think it's good.
And
Like,
then-
why? Just because you asked him?
What do you? We have like 3 minutes, by the way, before the next interview. Which is good.
Yeah.
Um,
Like, because. Okay, okay. 100%. Yeah. So, or, wait, where is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, the next.
So, wait, I said,
You good with it? Yeah, I'm chilling, bro. My nose is just really
Zero.
stuck.
It's not that deep anyway, because.
I apologize, everybody. You good with it?
Here?
Yeah. Slash.
Okay.
Okay.
Wait.
Load all three.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
And then maybe one of those after.
No. After who does what? No, yeah, I know. That's what that's what this is.
No. That's.
Oh, yeah,
Sure.
yeah, you're right.
That's why we have, like, so that's like, you could be that.
Yeah.
Honestly, do that.
This?
Yep.
Okay.
I put.
So what? That's already there.
Oh, wait, I haven't seen that yet.
Let's do the next interview.
Okay.
I think we have till 12 though.
11:55 is
11:55.
Crystal.
Okay.
Yeah. I keep looking at the number under. For some reason.
Crystal,
Oh, yeah.
thank you so much.
Crystal. Crystal? You're good. Are you here? Yeah. Oh, okay. Hey.
Hello. How's it going?
Good.
Good. Good to see you.
Alright, so we have 3 questions for you. You'll have 4 minutes to answer them, and then we'll move into the technical questions. Alright, so you have time.
Indeed I do.
The first question is, what is your motivation for applying for this role?
So my motivation for applying for this role is simply because I love doing it. Having served this past term, I feel like I've gotten a direct experiential approach to the position. I've been able to see what works, what doesn't, and it's also influenced what I want to do in the future if given the chance to be in this role. And also student government in general, ever since high school I've always loved doing it. I love being part of like a direct role that actually helps bring changes for the student body or helps influence like student resources. So that's the exact mindset or approach I'll bring to this role if given the chance.
Alright. Next, what experiences do you have that would make you a good fit for this position?
So as I said, having directly been in this role, I believe gives me that experience to continue serving in it. I believe the best way to learn and grow in a position is actually being in it. So going the second time, I'll be able to see what didn't work in the position or what I would want to refine more closely, being able to do it a second time. Like, for example, the mentor-mentee process, that's something towards the end of this term, I started working with my committee to make sure we have more of a structure to do it. So things like that, things that I saw in my first time around didn't work as well as I wanted to.
I would make sure to look into a little bit more closely, a little bit more directly to fix that approach.
And then lastly, what ideas do you have if you were to be selected for this role?
All right, so a few more ideas I have. One I kind of announced on our last meeting is Reels for Resolutions. So this is something, there's 2 examples of it already on the Instagram with the DRC initiative along with the World Kindness Day initiative. But I would actually want to make a form where INC could look over responses and see what different ideas senators want to make a video for. That way, not only does the chamber is aware about it, but student body as well. So this would be something you submit. We will work as a committee to see who would have time to go film, edit it, and get that posted. And it kind of would just also boost our Instagram. Another thing is having more pictures of senators on our Instagram. So bringing cameras to more events, doing more committee spotlights. That's something I didn't get the chance to do this time around, that I want to do the next time around if given the chance. And also, as I said, refining the mentor-mentee process. We've sort of started working on that, trying to do a bonding experience. It unfortunately got canceled due to weather, but having that, and then another thing we want to do within that is creating like slides of who would be the Senate mentees and who would be the mentors, because that's something that I got told last time around. People just weren't sure who it was, so it ended up resulting like everyone putting like the same like executive like people. So having that so it's more clear on who they could choose would help.
All right, now we move into the technical questions. What are the events that INC plans during the fall and spring semesters, and when do they need to be held?
So the new senator orientation and the Senate retreat. The new senator orientation has to take place by the second meeting after the election results are validated, and the retreat has to happen no earlier than the second week of classes and no later by 7 days before the first day of exams.
All right, thank you. That's all we have for you. Do you have any questions for us?
No? Have a great Sunday.
Thank you. Bye-bye. I feel like there's been longer sessions, but I'm already like.
No, I
Y'all are like that. It's on Janine, right?
It is. She's a
She's no, she's not.
She's here.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
she's doing it in person.
There's two
She emailed,
submissions.
filled out 2 submissions, and is here.
Alright, bye guys.
Bye.
Hey.
What are you doing?
Good, how are you guys?
Good. Yeah, you confused me. You filled out the form twice.
Oh, I'm really sorry. I was.
You're all good. Don't worry about it.
It's okay.
All right. Just to clarify and make sure that we're right. You applied for the Budget Appropriations Committee seat and the Judiciary Committee seat.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So we will ask you 3 questions. You'll have 4 minutes to answer them, and then we'll also ask some technical questions from both committees.
Okay.
All right. Got it. All right. So firstly, what is your motivation for applying to this position?
Yeah, of course. So being in Senate for 6 months now, I've seen how important committees are and how productive they are to the general work of Senate. So for Judiciary, I went to a Judiciary meeting like a couple of weeks ago, and I just saw how productive it was and how interesting it was to actually pass a bill, and how integrate and how they work through the processes, and how important it is to the legislative process of Senate. So that was my primary motivation. And then for budget, I've always been interested in how student government actually funds so many of the student orgs here. And that is just such an important thing for senators and for students to be aware of the budget committee and how much work they do to the actual student orgs and facilitating all of the budget and everything in between. So yeah.
All right. The next question is, what experiences do you have that make you a good fit for this position?
Of course. So my biggest experience is running my own nonprofit. I have an $85,000 budget for my nonprofit, and by being the executive director, I facilitate that budget to different projects, different initiatives, and different state chapters and country chapters. And I think that's a very important experience that's unique to myself, is because I know where the best place to kind of put budget in, put funds in. On top of that, I have obviously been in Senate. I've been able to write legislation, obviously go to Judiciary, learn from people who are older than me. So I think all of these experiences have allowed me to be an effective senator and also be a good person to work on in a committee. I've also chaired the Mental Health Ad Hoc Committee, so I've also shown leadership, and it also shows that I've been able to work with a 9-person committee already and facilitate in that setting, as well as being the policy chair for the Women's Caucus.
And then lastly, what ideas do you have if you were to be selected for this role?
Of course. So for the budget committee, I think one thing that is very important is to educate more student orgs and student leaders and treasurer on how to actually work through SARs and other funding models. One thing I want to do is work with UFIT and implement a budget optimization tool, which basically allows student org leaders and treasurers to see how their budget requests go in real time and to track it in that real time. For judiciary, I want to work more on just kind of educating not only senators, but also the general student body, how resolutions work, how code changes, and the various different types of bills, because I think that's very important for the general student body to know what's actually going on in our chamber. And legislation is a big thing, but obviously we have resolutions going on, but I think it's more important to just educate. And I think one main big problem that I want to work on is cross-collaborating with INC to see how we can both have posts on different education models for both budget and judiciary. So having posts educating how we have, different financial things going on, different resolutions that we can highlight through INC. And so those are all the variety things I want to do. And obviously I want to work with, the different committee members to see what things we can kind of fill in the gaps for, because I know I'll be working with people who've already served on both committees and obviously learning on what I can improve while being in the committee. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. We're gonna move into the technical questions first for the budget committee.
Okay.
What are the big four?
Yeah, student government, student engagement, rights union, rec sports.
Alright. What requests does the budget committee cover?
Operational, travel, and events.
When does the student government fiscal year start and when does it end?
July 1st to June 30th.
Alright, and now into judiciary. What are the 5 criteria for reviewing all legislation?
Okay, constitutionality, implication, legality, format, and clarity.
What is the procedure for reviewing legislation in the Judiciary Committee?
So it's 5 minutes of presentation from the sponsor or author, 5 minutes of Q&A from the committee, 5 minutes of internal debate in the committee, and 2 minutes of final privilege from the author or sponsor.
Yes. And then lastly, what can the Judiciary Committee move to do to a bill besides amend it?
Pass, postpone, table, or fail.
Alright.
Right?
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions for us?
No.
Thank you.
Have a good rest of your day.
You too.
Could you call in Marco?
Marco? Okay, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you guys.
Thank you. I'm gonna start using my mic.
Marco's not here.
Let me see if he has a phone interview.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is he not coming?
He does.
You should be coming.
Okay. Are we on time?
I think we're exactly on time.
Perfect. People get lost, so it's
Okay, so I'm not gonna call the next person until 12:10.
Well, yeah, we can wait for Margot. Oh, if he doesn't come, then
Hi, I'm so sorry. I thought it was 12:10 for me.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, it was, the times were confusing. Don't talk about the formatting.
Ah, sorry about that. How are you?
All good. How are you?
Morning, great. Good to see you guys.
You too.
Alright, just to double check, you applied to the Budget Appropriations Committee and the Judiciary Committee?
Correct, yes.
Alright, so we're gonna ask you 3 questions, you'll have 4 minutes to answer them, and we'll move into the technical questions for both of those committees.
Sure, absolutely.
Alright, so firstly, what is your motivation for applying for this role?
Well, I've already, as you know, been serving in Senate as a replacement senator just for a little bit, but now actually starting my first term. I believe it is my moment to actually be more involved, and I believe I can create way more of a deeper impact in Senate if I'm involved in committees and working with people that actually affect more of if you will, the nitty gritty of how student government and the student body functions. I mention my mom a lot in a lot of my applications, but she is an inspiration for me. She did teach me about public service and the value of it and how much of an impact you can make if you're in it for the right reasons.
Alright, the next question is, what experiences do you have that would make you a good fit for this position?
Well, I'm gonna try to tackle it in both senses because I know I'm applying for 2 different committees, but one I just recently got accepted as a Florida Cicero, which has been an amazing thing. But that position, I know that all it stands for is defending the honesty and the integrity of the institution. And in terms of the Judiciary Committee, I know that that's our job essentially, that the bills that come into committee and that we review What we want to put out to the Senate floor is the best that the chamber has to offer in the first place, and that has to do with defending the integrity of the institution. Likewise, I serve on the Finance Committee for the Member Leadership Program. I'm Assistant Finance Director. That has given me, I think, a lot of insight on how DocuTrack works, understanding the 800 codes really well, and simply understanding like that deeper grassroots impact that funding has with student organizations and student leaders. Those are two I think that tackle both of them individually.
All right. And lastly, what ideas do you have if you were to be selected for these roles?
Well, I'm going to start with budget. I had an idea of a budget oversight program, also known as BOP, which I think is a great acronym. Yeah, I'm not going to waste time on that one, but yeah, the budget oversight program. I think it'd be great. Knowing now, I understand that if an organization doesn't use up to 75% of their resources or the budget they have aligned for a cycle, they are at risk of being obviously scrutinized and then having that those funds diminish in the next cycle. I think it's important that if we reach some sort of halfway point where we write a mid-year report and understand which organizations are utilizing those resources to a point where we believe they will reach it by the end of the cycle, then we can not only increase that connection between student government and student organizations, but we can avoid them having to go through that rough period of having to lose funding by the next cycle. And then likewise for judiciary, I think it's important to do a lot of things, but mostly I want to create a marketing strategy. I also serve as marketing director for the Venezuelan Student Association, so I have experience in this sense. For more legislators or people that write laws or even sponsors to actually show up to the Judiciary Committee meetings. I recently went to the last one, and I think it's important that they're there to defend what they believe in, even if it's for the sense of clarity or defending something that maybe they won't be able to if they're not there in the first place, and that can, be at risk of, their bill could be at risk of being failed in that case. So I believe that we create a marketing strategy for them to be there.
All right, thank you. Absolutely. All right, moving into the technical questions for budget first. Sure. What are the big four?
That would be the Right Student Union, student engagement, student government, and the rec sports locations.
What requests does the budget committee cover?
They can do event requests, travel requests, and operational requests.
Next, when does the student government fiscal year start and when does it end?
It would start the 1st of July and then the 30th of June.
Okay. Next, into judiciary, what are the 5 criteria for reviewing all legislation?
It would be constitutionality. I believe it is legality. I'm blanking on one of them. Clarity. Man, I'm blanking on the other two.
We can circle back to it.
Yeah, I'll circle back to it. I'm blanking on the two. Yeah.
Okay. What is the procedure for reviewing legislation in the Judiciary Committee?
Well, we'll start with 5 minutes of actually presenting a bill by either a sponsor or an author present, then 5 minutes of Q&A, followed by 5 minutes of debate and 2 minutes of final privilege.
All right, and then what can the Judiciary Committee move to do to legislation besides amend it?
They can either pass, postpone it, fail it, or table it.
All right. You want to circle back to the first one?
Yeah, I'm trying to think about it right now. Just so many things I have to do. I believe constitutionality, legality, implication, clarity, and format. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was trying to,
All right, that's all we have for you. Do you have any questions for us?
I think, how much time do I have left?
You have 38 seconds.
Okay, what are your favorite parts about serving in a committee? Anyone? Whoever's in a committee right now.
I like that, well, depending on the committee, you use varying amounts of parliamentary procedure and Robert's rules, so I like that it gives you like a smaller setting to kind of try out and experiment how to utilize those, because I know it's like intimidating to do it in a setting of 90 people as opposed to a setting of 9 people. And then also, it gives you really specialized knowledge. I think like me and Aaron combined probably know all of the codes, like all of them, just because we've been on all of the different committees put together, so it's pretty crazy.
Oh, great, awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you so
Appreciate
much.
you guys. Sorry if I was a little late there.
You're totally, the format of the email is not gonna be like that next time.
Thank you.
It's not on him, it's not his fault.
I won't blame anybody. No pointing fingers. Bye, guys. Thank you so much.
Could you call in Emma?
Sure.
Hello.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, thanks.
All right, just to double check, you applied to the Budget Appropriations Committee, the Rules and Ethics Committee, and the Information and Communications Committee.
Yes, I'll talk fast.
Okay. So the format of this interview will be 4 minutes to answer 3 questions we have for you, and then a minute to answer technical questions for all 3 of those committees.
Perfect.
Okay. So firstly, what is your motivation for applying?
So I've really loved being in Senate the past
past few months. I honestly never expected to like it as much as I do. And I really loved being able to have the ability just to like make change on campus. My first bill that I co-authored passed a few weeks ago, and I'm working on right now that I'm super excited about. And so I feel like having the opportunity to be on a committee would just allow me to be even more involved and have even more of a role in Senate, especially internally. So I was really excited about that.
All right, thank you. The next question is, what experiences do you have that would make you a good fit for this position?
So I think, first of all, just like being in Senate the past few months, I've learned so much. I think I've really talked a lot with my mentors and tried to learn about all the processes from them as much as I possibly can and try to just be attentive in meetings. But outside of Senate, I think from being in Cicerones, I've learned a lot about working really well under pressure. Like just last Friday, I was giving a tour and there was a protest I didn't know about, so I had to like think really fast on my feet, make sure my guests didn't know about that, keep them away. Like anything could happen. So I think I've learned how to be super adaptable from doing that and working well under pressure. I also think it's made me a really quick learner. We're given a really short amount of time to memorize like 90 minutes worth of tour material. Learning a lot about procedures and how to do that in a short amount of time.
Lastly, what ideas do you have if you were to be selected for these roles?
So for the different ones for budget, I was thinking of trying to work with SAI more to have more signature events, trying to increase funding for our smaller organizations. As far as INC went, I was thinking highlighting some legislation being passed like more frequently on our Instagram. Obviously, we have done a few of those posts, but I think just trying to more frequently keep people updated on what's going on in Senate, and maybe even something on their stories like a response. I don't know what that's called, like a response box, where someone can submit something where like legislation they'd be interested in seeing done or passed through Senate. So obviously those things are available, like students, like constituents can go see what's being passed in Senate. They can talk to us and tell us what they want to be passed, but I feel like it's just, if it's less accessible, they're less likely to do it. And so something super easy on like an Instagram story is something that I feel like we could see actually be passed. And then in rules and ethics, I was thinking this obviously was a thing, but trying to bring back that calendar for constituency. I remember when I first got into Senate, I was so overwhelmed trying to figure out like what I could do and trying to like rush it in. I would not stop texting Maya, and so I feel like trying to bring that back and make it just more accessible for senators.
All right, thank you so much. We're now in line for the technical questions, starting with budget.
Perfect.
Firstly, what are the big four?
So student engagement, student government, rec sports, and the rights union.
What requests does the budget committee cover?
Operational, travel, and events.
When does the student government fiscal year start and when does it end?
July 1st to June 30th.
All right, next moving into INC. What are the events that INC plans during the fall and spring semesters, and when do they need to be held?
So first off is the spring retreat, and this should be no earlier than the second week of classes and no later than 7 days out from our first like final exam. And then we also have new senator orientation, which should be by the second meeting after elections.
All right, and now for rules and ethics. How many absences does it take for a senator to be resigned by non-attendance?
So in the fall and spring, it's 3 unexcused or just 4 overall. And in the summer, it's 2 unexcused or 3 overall.
Okay. When do absences and constituencies reset for all senators?
So absences restart at the beginning of each new term, and then constituencies is from the first day of those classes that semester to the last Senate meeting of the semester.
All right, that's all we have for you. Do you have any questions for us?
No, that's all. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you guys. Have a good rest of your day. Yeah,
You too.
Is there anyone else up next?
Yes, Jacob.
Perfect. Bye guys.
No,
Jacob
he already went.
Oh, you're right, we moved him.
Yeah.
We have
Yeah,
5
there's
minutes
no one
off.
out here.
Yep, okay,
Bye,
thank
guys.
you.
Bye.
Thanks, Emma.
Yeah, I forgot he moved his time.
So it's just a gap?
It's just a gap.
Stretch your legs everywhere.
Turnout looks awful.
Yeah.
I
I almost
looks like
audibly
we,
laughed.
I mean, we got some more,
Who
but
thinks I'm funny? Is this Ella?
that is Ella.
That's so funny.
I might also hit you with
Yeah.
the
Definitely not.
same reaction.
I'm canceling this.
Yeah. Okay. Everybody. So I say,
No, yeah, like this isn't for us, it's for them, so it's like, if no one's there, then I'm not good. How was yesterday?
It was fun. It was
I'm
a
glad.
weird format, and there were too many people there.
It looked
Um,
like there were a lot of people.
Yeah. It was not the best execution I've ever seen, I'm not gonna lie.
That's okay.
But it was fine. Like we went to DTF afterwards and we just weren't getting in because
Okay.
it was like 2,500 people. So
Yes.
so I went to Main Street. I had a great time.
I love that. What is that? Went to where?
It's like a pool bar.
Oh, I've never been there.
I met like a group of cowboys. It was really fun.
Real ones?
Real ones.
Did they say, what do they say when you walk in? Look what the, something.
With the cat dragged in?
Wait, there's a say. What do cowboys
No, I
say?
played pool with one of them. Really nice kid. He's been dating his girlfriend, now wife, for like 7 years.
Wow.
Born and raised in Williston. Went to
Wow.
University of Texas for 5 months and then came
Wow.
home. And they apparently own a ranch in Williston, and all the people from UF go and ride horses there, and that's how they earn a living.
You got southern there.
It was a great time actually. I have no complaints.
I'm glad.
Not what I was expecting from my
Where were
night.
you?
Main Street bar.
Oh, Main Street?
Yeah.
Okay.
RNA field trip?
I like Main Street.
you
Main
playing
Street's
one?
cool.
Yeah, it was a great
Yeah.
time. The darts was cool. They had poker, which I was kind of surprised at.
They do have poker, yeah.
Was
Like
it?
in the back.
I could
Yeah.
be there.
I was like, this is a bad idea.
I thought Tristan out there, should we get him or?
Like, I'm funny.
Yeah. You want to get Tristan?
Yeah.
Wait, who is it? Okay. Keep looking at it.
Tristan? Hey. Welcome.
How you doing?
I'm good. Pretty good.
Alright, just to double check, you applied to the Budget Appropriations Committee and the Judiciary Committee?
I did.
Okay, perfect. So this interview is gonna be structured, there are 3 questions, you'll have 4 minutes to answer them. And then there will be technical questions for both of the committees that you applied to.
Did you say 4 minutes?
4 minutes for those 3 questions.
Okay.
I know it's a lot, but we can warn you when you have a
Yeah.
minute left if you would like. The technical questions aren't in the time.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Okay, yeah, can you warn me for the minute then?
Can you
Yeah.
do that?
You got it? Yeah. Alright, firstly, what is your motivation for applying to these positions?
Well, hello, I'm Tristan. I'm confident applying for these I'm applying for these positions because I'm confident I can make a tangible impact within these committees and alleviate the burden on like the committee chairs. For budget, I've always had a passion for maximizing my dollar, and I also leave no stone unturned. So I feel like nothing will slip through the cracks if I was to be a part of this committee, and I'll help run it as efficiently as possible. For Judish, I always had a passion for writing legislation, written good and bad, so I know like both sides of the game, I guess. And I just want the new and current senators to know, or for me to help them out in writing good legislation.
Alright. The next question is, what experiences do you have that would make you a good fit for this role?
Okay. I do not have any like actual experience in budget, but I have talked to past and current senators, including my mentor, the past Vice Chair Tyler Shovelin, and he basically taught me everything there is to know about budget, including how to write and revise the 800 codes, or read and write the 800 codes revisions. This actually led to me writing 3 of my own that I've yet to submit, but basically what happened was there was like a clarity error in how funding is allocated to awards. So with that, he basically showed me like what I have to do, and I did it. So I just clarified that for awards to get funding, they need to be competition based, and then this just led to 3 more bills getting, or 3 more code revisions being written. For Judish, like I said before, I have experience writing good and bad legislation. Earlier in the semester, I had to resend the bill because it just wasn't up to par. And then it just motivated me more to write again. So after I saw the Vision Spring Party platform, I decided to write one of the platform points, or a resolution based off one of the platform points, and I was able to finish that. Just waiting to hear back from admin before I submit that. Same with the code revisions. I haven't submitted that yet because not everything's like finalized with the committee, everything along those lines, and those go through the budget. And I've also talked to a student org treasurer for, his name's Miller Mulaney. He's a Green Greek, so he basically told me what he expects from budget and how he wants us to pretty much like work with the student orgs. And I feel like getting that side or that perspective of the whole committee could be really helpful.
Alright, thank you. The last question we have is what ideas do you have if you were to be selected for this role?
Okay, perfect. For budget, I think that hiring a third-party person to handle basically the funding process could be super beneficial and efficient. Like, we're full-time students, and we don't have the time necessarily to make it as efficient as it can be. So, like, let's say we hire someone like that's going to try to get their business MBA or anything like that. It would be super helpful. Like, I learned that the whole funding request process for student orgs was like the fund for it was turned on in 55 seconds, and I don't think that's the most efficient thing that could have happened. Just hiring someone that solely focuses on that could really help the committee in general. For Judish, I think that like a clear-cut guide on how to write legislation, like specifically resolutions, can be super helpful. I know that there's a lot of legislation that gets to the Judiciary Committee that's just not up to par, and with a clear-cut guide, we would be able to maximize the efficiency of that committee as well. And could just help senators in general right on their own.
Thank you. We're gonna move into the technical questions now. Firstly, for the budget committee, what are the big four?
The big four: rec, sports, rights, union, student engagement, student government.
Alright. What requests does the budget committee cover?
There's four: base funding, event, travel, and operational.
When does the student government's fiscal year start and when does it end?
July 1st and June 30th.
Okay. I'm moving on to Judiciary Committee. What are the 5 criteria for reviewing all legislation?
Can you say that again?
What are the 5 criteria for reviewing all legislation?
Constitutionality, implication, format, clarity, and legality.
Right. What is the procedure for reviewing legislation in the Judiciary Committee?
5 minutes of presentation from an author or sponsor, 5 minutes of Q&A, 5 minutes of debate, and then 2 minutes of final privilege.
Right. And lastly, what can the Judiciary Committee move to do to legislation besides amend it?
They could pass, fail, postpone, or table.
Alright. Thank you so much. That's all we have for you. Do you have any questions for us?
No questions.
Okay.
that was actually under 4 minutes. Alright, cool.
You just have 20 seconds left.
Alright,
Have a
perfect.
great rest of your day.
Thank you, you too. Have a good one, man.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up is Jocelyn Riley. And she is in person, I think? Nope. Phone interview. For 12:25. Lovely. Man, we're like a Japanese train.
You might want to elaborate on that one.
Punctual.
Right on time. Oh.
You didn't get that reference?
Oh man. Yeah, you're right. Okay, well we're gonna need to pick it up really quickly. 35, 40, 35, 40, 45, 50.
Yeah. No.
Let's pick it up. Let's go.
Oh my god.
Just keep going, it's fine.
How did that even happen?
It's fine, just keep going.
Okay. That's terrible. That's not actually what it says. Oh my god. Okay.
Oh gee.
How did that even happen? None of us caught that.
Nope. If you would like, we can split into 2 groups and each take 2 interviews. And then just share notes.
Okay. Or would we go to a
We
different
couldn't
room?
split because we wouldn't have quorum in either room.
It would just be, no, we wouldn't split rooms, we would just still be in the same meeting.
Oh.
It doesn't, there's no rule about doing 1 interview at a time. It's just what we do.
Okay. That's terrible.
Well, Abigail's already sitting out there. So
She's
it's
in
like,
for 10 minutes.
I know, she's always there.
Hey, good afternoon.
Hey, how you doing?
Great, how are you?
Good. Are you ready for your RNA interview?
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. Just to double check, you applied to the Budget and Appropriations Committee and the Information and Communication Committee.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're going to have 3 questions for you. You'll have 4 minutes to answer those, and then we'll move into technical questions for both of those committees.
Got it.
All right. So the first question is, what is your motivation for applying?
Yeah, so in the Senate thus far, I've really enjoyed my time serving a student body, so much so that I'm compelled to contribute on yet another committee. I've applied for all of the committees that I'm applying for today. in the past, so I'm reapplying as a part of kind of trying again for them. The student organizations, which are kind of the core of the Senate, and like my purpose for being a part of it, have really enriched my student experience before I was in the Senate. So further contributing on yet another committee would be just absolutely lovely, and that'd be honored.
All right, thank you. The next question is, what experiences do you have that would make you a good fit for this position?
Yeah, so I'll talk about both of them. As for the budget committee, I understand what goes into event planning and traveling for an organization and complete constituency because I'm a part of the student organization myself. I'm the president. I've become familiarized with the organizations all over campus and further through my constituency last semester and this semester, which I have completed. I've visited and spoken with the e-boards and the members and the treasurers about their experiences applying for funding, so I kind of understand what goes on the front end. As for the back end, I attended and took the minutes for the budget committee meeting it was on the 7th of November last year, and in the meeting the committee finished allocating the remaining funds towards organizations. So I understand what goes into revising the budgets and making sure that the orgs are requesting the proper amounts for food decorations, travel expenses, etc. In taking the minutes, I just kind of learned what the committee does on the back end. So understanding both sides, I think that experience well qualifies me. And as for INC, I've been in the Senate for 6 months, and so I understand the committee duties from the front end. Outside of the Senate, I have some experiences that will help me be an effective contributor on the back end. On the last campaign for the Senate, I worked to do the graphic design and advertising, which I understand Crystal uses a lot of to do it, like Canva. And so being that those skills are really transferable, I'm well prepared to make flyers and do the types of things that we post on Instagram, because I do similar things. I did similar things on the campaign, and I do similar things currently for the club of which I'm the president.
Okay. The last question we have is, what ideas do you have if you were to be selected for this role?
Yeah, so as for budget, I'll do it in a different order, sorry. As for budget, I think that, kind of unpopular opinion, expanding constituency requirements, but I really do think that it should be a part of our constituency to attend at least one of the events that the budget committee puts on every semester, not necessarily funding fiesta, but I understand there were 4 last week, or there were 2 last week and there's 2 next week. I'm getting the dates mixed up, but I think that it should be absolutely mandatory that a senator goes to each one of those events, considering our whole purpose is to allocate money towards student orgs. So, having a hands-on in that process and being there for the orgs that are showing up to the events that the budget committee is putting on, I think that should be absolutely mandatory for every senator. And as per INC, some of the ideas that I came with in my last INC application meeting have already kind of been realized, which is absolutely lovely to see. It was the headshots of the website. I signed up for my slots next week. But another idea I had was to expand upon the mentor-mentee program. I understand that we had one yesterday at the baseball game, but it got canceled. But I kind of wanted to start a little program seating buddies for each meeting leading up to it, in the 3 or so weeks leading up to mentor-mentee. Just because when I first got in the Senate, I really showed up and it was a really intimidating environment. But I think that if new senators have a little buddy to sit with them the first couple meetings, it can not only help them kind of acclimate to being in the Senate, but also help them be someone that can be their possible mentor.
All right, thank you. We're now going to move into the technical questions, starting off with the budget committee. Firstly, what are the big 4?
Student engagement, student government, rec sports, and the rights union.
All right, what requests does the budget committee cover?
Operational, travel, and event.
When does the student government's fiscal year start, and when does it end?
It starts on July 1st and ends on June 30th.
Now moving into INC, what are the events that INC plans during the fall and spring semesters, and when do they need to be held?
Yeah, so the first is the senator retreat. It happens no earlier than the second week of classes and no later than 7 days before the first day of final exams. And the second is the new senator orientation, and has happened by the second Senate meeting after the election results are confirmed.
All right, thank you so much. That's all we have for you. Do you have any questions for us?
No, sir.
All right, have a good day.
Yes, sir, you as well. Bye.
Bye. She called me sir 5 times.
She's Southern. It's the way.
She always
I
talks,
know.
yeah, she always
Yeah.
says sir.
Man, I feel old.
I've been called ma'am, Mrs.
I was calling Blake Cox man, sir, back in the day, when I did my interview.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah. It's the Southern way.
I think I said chairman.
I definitely said sir.
Mr. Cox.
I've never called anyone ma'am or sir.
Chairman BJ Rogers.
What do you call them?
For me, it was.
If you don't know
for me, it
somebody, you're
was-
like, oh, thank you. What should I do?
I just don't refer to them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Well,
I just don't refer to them.
if I'm talking to them, I don't
Oh
refer
my
to them
God.
to them,
Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, we should just do like same treatment for everyone, so we should not, my opinion, split it up.
Yeah,
I
agree.
I just freaked out.
We're gonna go fast.
We're gonna be super behind.
Yeah, can you get Phoenix from up there?
Yeah, for sure. Anybody know how to book a room in the Rights though?
You
Event
would have
services.
to ask your organization advisor, you can't just do it.
Yeah.
Gosh, darn it. Phoenix, you said?
Yes.
Phoenix. Oh, perfect.
Hello, welcome.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Alright. So just to double check, you applied to the Budget Committee and the Judiciary Committee?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, so this interview will be 3 questions. You'll have 4 minutes to answer them, and then we'll move into the technical questions for both committees. Alright, so starting off, what is your motivation for applying?
So my motivation for applying is I think by being on a committee you have a lot more ability to kind of just like have an impact within Senate. Obviously like Senate is kind of based on the committees because each committee carries out like a key role for Senate. Primarily for budget, I think kind of like funding is like the basis of how student government operates. Everyone, you know, if there's no money, there's nothing getting done. It's kind of like the foundational level, and I think it'd be really beneficial to both me to kind of like understand how that works and as well as like give back, because I think I do have like a lot of experience with budget and financing, and I think it'd be really cool to work through like the budget committee to kind of make a difference and make sure that everything is like running efficiently, making sure like people are understand what's happening behind the scenes. I think there is a lot of kind of tension behind, obviously like the budget is probably the most like contested thing that people care about. So I'd love to be able to like work through the committee and kind of like help alleviate some of those concerns.
Thank you. The next question is, what experiences do you have that would make you a good fit for this position?
So I have a lot of experience with kind of budget and financing. In high school, I was treasurer of 2 different clubs. I was treasurer of like FBLA, which is just like a business leadership club. We did a lot of like community service. And then I was also treasurer for like the like NHS kind of like, there's like this thing, I was like, it was like a mix of like clubs, but I was like treasurer for 2 different organizations in high school. I work like through my fraternity to help with finances for that. I have experience doing like SG like finance requests through cabinet this year, so that's experience. And then this upcoming summer I'm interning at Morgan Stanley, so I have like some budget and financing like experience through just like my general work and like kind of like what I'm majoring in.
Got it. And then lastly, what ideas do you have if you were to be selected for this role?
So I know I've like not really been talking about judicial, but for budget, primarily like kind of idea I had is obviously like through campaigning and tabling, I had a lot of people come up to me and just like complain about like their student organization like not getting their funding, and they would be like, oh, I have no idea how it works, like it's so like shady, like I have no idea, like we didn't get our funding. So I think like that's not the case at all. Like I think like obviously like that's not the intention of Senate. Like it is like really sad that there is like such a disconnect between kind of like what's happening, and it's all like transparent. Like if you go on like the website, you can find the minutes for everything. So I think something that really cool to implement would be like kind of like a forum where people who do feel like there's a problem and they're not like their organization isn't getting funded can come, and like we will show like, hey, like we are listening, like we do care, like please like tell us like your concerns, and then kind of like explain to them and work with them to see like how we can improve on like what they feel is a problem, because I know like a lot of people feel like really wronged, primarily student organizations feel wronged by kind of like the funding process, when like I don't believe that's the case. I believe there's like issues in terms of like them like not understanding how it works, or just like a lot of things can go wrong during that process. So I'd love to have like a specific day or forum where they can come in and like we'll be there and be able to like explain to them what's happening, and if they have concerns, like show that we actually care and we are listening and not like ignore them.
All right, we're gonna move into the technical questions now, beginning with budget.
Okay.
So what are the big 4?
Rec sports, rights union, student engagement, and student government.
What requests does the budget committee cover?
Operational, travel, and event.
When does the student government fiscal year start, and when does it end?
It starts July 1st, and then it goes all through the year until June 30th, where it resets the next day on July 1st.
All right. Now moving into Judiciary Committee, what are the 5 criteria for reviewing all legislation?
Constitutionality, legality, implication, clarity, and format.
What is the procedure for reviewing legislation in the Judiciary Committee?
There is, so the sponsor author of the bill will come in, they'll do a 5-minute presentation, like her authorship speech, and then that's followed by a 5-minute Q&A from the committee, which is followed by 5 minutes of debate by the committee, and then there's 2 minutes of final privilege.
What can the Judiciary Committee move to do to legislation besides amend it?
They can either pass it, they can fail it, they can table it, or they can postpone it.
All right. Thank you so much. That's all the questions that we have for you. Do you have any for us?
Not particularly, no.
All right.
Awesome.
All right.
so much.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
You as well.
So now is when it gets tricky with the timing.
Just see who's out
Go,
there.
yeah, go see if Jordan's out there.
Or
Well, we have.
Or
Oh, because Zach is also 12:30.
Abigail. What?
whoever's there.
Zach and Phoenix also had 12:35.
No, Jordan and Abigail have 12:35.
Jordan.
And Heavy.
Jordan and Tevye. Or
Yes,
Abigail
yes,
Element.
exactly, yes.
Is Jordan out here?
Let me see.
But then Zach and Jonah Faber also have 12:40.
We know that there's some mix-ups, so we're just gonna call in whoever's here.
Is Jordan here?
Yeah, Abigail. is
Abigail
not.
here. Abigail then.
Abigail?
My brother says he met you and you're really nice.
Aw. Yeah, I did see it. It was really cool.
He said, wait, where did it go? I said, I think you just saw my friend Aaron yesterday at 8:32 p.m. He said, yeah, he was super nice.
Aw. Yeah, I met him again. I saw him, didn't know it was him, and then I came back and Jordan's the one who was like, oh, no, this is. Wait, where's he going to school?
At Chapel Hill.
If you want to hang out with them, you can.
Or
Whatever
either
you
from
want.
here?
Yeah, they're all like all the way over
Okay,
there.
hold on.
Tell them to come here. Okay.
All good?
Is Abigail also here?
Who? Yeah, she is. You want to again?
No, unfortunately, I'm kind of stupid and I double scheduled specifically you and Abigail and then Zach and
Phoenix.
Jonah.
And Jonah?
Yeah.
That's what
So
it is.
everyone's gonna be behind, but whatever.
How are you? Good, yeah? Good.
All right, we're gonna start it as quick as we can.
Awesome. Yeah. We'll go really quick.
Yeah.
See you guys.
So,
what was the pleasure, Tyler?
okay.
This is gonna be easier for us and take less time overall, because we're just gonna have to yell and they'll be here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So, it's gonna be 4 minutes long, 3 questions, and then we're gonna move into the technical questions for the Budget Committee and the Rules and Ethics Committee.
Awesome.
Cool. Okay. So, the first question we have is, what is your motivation for applying?
Awesome, yeah, so, I don't know if you guys know, this is my 3rd time in here. I've been very persistent about wanting to be on the Senate committee. So just overall, taking a more active role in Senate is a priority of mine, so that's just kind of my blanket reason. But then past that, I'm looking to be on budget just because my future goals in life pertain to business, entrepreneurship, so I really need to know how to move money efficiently, correctly, in a timely manner. So that's really why I want to be on budget, to kind of gain that skill because it's so essential. And then in terms of R&E, I always stress rules, ethics, fairness everywhere that I go. I try and treat everyone equally, and always try and do the hard thing, even when it may, or I always try and do the right thing, even though when it may be the hard thing, you know. But yeah.
All right. The next question we have is, what experiences do you have that would make you a good fit for this position?
Awesome. So for budget, I had experience running a nonprofit, which obviously requires moving a lot of money. It pertained to my brother who has type 1 diabetes. We were raising money for the type 1 diabetic community by selling sweatshirts. So obviously, in terms of, I had to create a website. I had to I had to obtain the sweatshirts from China. I had to do all these things. So in terms of knowing how to do these operational tasks and move the money that goes along with it, I would say that probably pertains pretty well. Also, I do love stock market work and cryptocurrency work. And so I've invested in multiple stocks, ETFs, mutual funds, cryptocurrencies like XRP, and in doing so, I've learned how to kind of read how the market works and really know how to handle money properly. And that's for myself, but I aim to do that on a larger scale. Because obviously we have such a huge budget, it would be good for my experience to do it on a larger scale as opposed to the smaller scale. And for R&E, I was a part of the Model UN team. I was president of it in high school. And that's all it's all about organization and making sure people do the right things
and like represent our team properly. And then also I did filing and organizational work. I put together medical kits for a company called Pediatric Emergency Standards, and in doing so, I learned those organizational skills that you would need for R&E.
And then last question, wait, sorry. What ideas do you have? Did I already ask that?
No.
Okay, I just blanked for a second. What ideas do you have if you were to be selected for this role?
Awesome. Yeah, so for R&E, I've said this before, and I talked to Mia about it. I know it's not necessarily super realistic, but I think, like, let's say in 5 years, if we could get it done, eventually, I think the senators in 5 years would be ecstatic about it. Where if we were to go and kind of make a website, make a place where you could go and check and see if you complete your constituency, if you complete your absences. I know you could go kind of like search if you have like absences on the Senate website, but just like one concrete place where you could go and see, oh, I have one constituency requirement left, oh, I have one absence left, just to kind of simplify and make sure no mishaps happen. And then for budget, I think budget, like its mission could be expanded past Senate. We could start teaching like financial literacy to students around UF and kind of demonstrate how to manage a budget and how to do it efficiently, like within their clubs. Because like yes, we're giving them money. Yes, we're teaching them how to sign up, but if they don't know how to use that money within their own organization, it's kind of pointless. So yeah.
All right. Now into the technical questions for budget first. What are the big four?
Big four would be rights union, rec sports, student engagement, and student government.
All right. Which requests does the budget committee cover?
It would be travel, event, and operation.
When does the student government fiscal year start and when does it end?
Starts July 1st, ends June 30th.
All right. Now moving into rules and ethics. How many absences does it take for a senator to be resigned by non-attendance?
Awesome. So it takes 3 unexcused absences in the fall, or 4 unexcused absences in the fall. In the summer, it takes 2 unexcused absences or 3 excused unexcused.
Right. When do absences and constituencies reset for all senators?
So for absences, it just recently happened, where when a new Senate term begins, the absences restart. For constituency, it starts on the first day of classes and it ends on the last Senate meeting of the academic semester.
All right, that's all we have for you. Do you have any questions for us?
No. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming in.
Awesome.
Have a great rest of your day.
You as well.
All right, could you call in Abigail?
Yeah. I'm hoping I was quick enough so you guys could.
That was perfect. Thank you.
Alright. See you guys.
Thank you.
We're gonna be 15 minutes behind.
Oh well.
Oh well.
No, I'm sure we can.
It's worse than that. The space doesn't exist, so I doubled 2 and then never put a space for 15
Honestly,
people.
it's okay. We live and we learn. This is your very
It's the first meeting.
Yeah.
I don't know how that's possible though. I dragged it down for all the times.
It's okay, don't worry about it.
Yeah, honestly.
It's better for deliberations because then Julia can like be there as quickly.
What?
Yeah, I'm still gonna take a
No, like
20-minute break.
you had to leave at like 1:35.
No, I'm gonna leave at like 1:30 to go down there, and then at
Your
where
speech
is
probably.
she
What time
at?
does it happen?
It's at 1:40, and it'll probably be over on.
Abigail,
2:10.
she's right outside.
Yeah, she's right
Okay.
outside.
It'll
Why?
be over
Come
by
in
2:10.
then.
Yeah.
She's not looking.
Hello? Yes.
I'm gonna go. Should I go?
No, she's coming. Hello.
Hi. How are you guys?
Good, how are you?
I'm sorry, I didn't know if I should come in. I have copies of my resume and idea sheets for you guys if you would like.
Thank you.
How are you guys doing?
Good, how are you?
Well, thank you.
I'm doing really well, really excited.
It's good to hear.
Yes. Here you go.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah. Okay, so for the structure of this interview, it's going to be, you'll have 4 minutes to answer 3 questions that we have for you, and then we'll move into the technical questions for the Judiciary Committee.
Sounds good.
All right, so the first question is, what is your motivation for applying?
So ever since I was younger, I knew that I wanted to pursue law and the judiciary in its entirety. Throughout high school, I did speech and debate, I did Congress and public forum, and it was really a passion of mine and something that drove me along. Coming into college, I didn't really have anything that I really loved doing until I learned about Senate. And joining Senate, it has been an amazing experience. I've been able to clerk, I've written bills, I've written resolutions, and it really has filled that hole in my heart ever since leaving high school. There's still something missing. Again, I've been really interested in the judiciary, constitutionality, bills, legislation, all of the above, and I think that joining the Judiciary Committee would fill that hole that I've been missing this entire time. Learning from experience clerking with the Judiciary Committee, I think it's an amazing committee to be on, and really something that I could be passionate about and follow through with however long I'm in the Senate for.
Thank you. The next question is, what experiences do you have that would make you a good fit for this position?
So I like to think that there are many experiences that I have, but if I were to narrow it down to just a few, the first is I'm a student justice on the TAPS Traffic Court. In this role, I adjudicate second round hearings. I have to use critical thinking skills. I have to read documents and talk to people and, see what kind of the parameters are, whether or not they should be found guilty, not guilty, or guilty with a reduced fine. And that's really something that I have to use critical thinking for, something that I have to collaborate with my peers on, ask questions, and really just, investigate further. The second piece that I would like to speak about is my experience as a compliance and risk mitigation intern at Scale Healthcare. In this role, I had to review all legislation that passed through the Florida legislature that revolved around healthcare, because we had to inform our clients whenever there was a law change or a code change. I had to write summaries on these pieces of legislation so that I could present it to my team in a clear and proper format. And it was an amazing experience. And then lastly, I wrote a research paper that was published in the Journal of Student Research on implicit bias in law. And I think that researching implicit bias has given me a lot of different knowledge about it, how to mitigate it, how to find it when I see it. And I think being in the Judiciary Committee, especially, neutrality and bipartisanship is super important. And I think that me writing this research paper, spending over a year researching it, will help me towards bipartisanship.
Awesome, thank you. The last question we have is, what ideas do you have if you were to be selected for this role?
So I actually took my idea from this past week from the Budget Committee. I think that what they did this past week was amazing, and I saw that the turnout was amazing between students and senators alike. I would like to have different days of a week for legislation and the Judiciary Committee specifically. I would like to have one day reviewing constitutionality and legality. I think one of the biggest things is that we have a great imagination, but we don't necessarily know what's legal, how to find out whether it's legal, how to read state laws, and I think having a day teaching senators how to find constitutionality and legality is really important. Another day for writing bills specifically, the format can be a little bit tricky. A day for writing resolutions, again, tricky format, and then another day just to review the implications, because again, we have a big school and a lot of constituents, and I think that teaching senators that what they write does have an impact.
All right, thank you so much. Now we're going to move into the technical questions for judiciary. So firstly, what are the 5 criteria for reviewing all legislation?
Constitutionality, implication, legality, clarity, and format.
All right, what is the procedure for reviewing legislation in the Judiciary Committee?
5 minutes of presentation from an author or sponsor of the bill, 5 minutes of Q&A, 5 minutes of debate, followed by 2 minutes of final privilege.
And then lastly, what can the Judiciary Committee move to do to legislation besides amend it?
They can pass, postpone, table, or fail.
All right, that's all we have for you today. Do you have any questions for us?
I think, especially being the chair of the Judiciary Committee, what is one key aspect of a committee member that you look for?
Oh, that's tough.
That's a great question.
That's a really good question.
Thank you.
It's tricky because I wasn't someone who got to select committee members before, so it was more of having to figure out what strengths and weaknesses they did have when they got onto my committee. And how to sort of bring out their best abilities moving forward. Some people tend to be really capable at reviewing legislation and understanding, sort of the state legal implications, but maybe they're not as comfortable speaking in a public forum. And other people maybe are too comfortable speaking in a public forum and haven't done enough research. So it's important to sort of balance your strengths and weaknesses and know what they are. And as a chair, it was interesting to see where certain members of the committee excelled.
Of course. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you so much for coming
Have a good one.
in.
Wow.
Could you call in, who's the first 12?
I saw Jonah.
You saw Jonah?
Yeah,
Call in
Jonah.
Jonah.
Yeah, he's out there.
Okay.
Gotcha. Bye guys.
Wolfsnovich is on the phone,
Jonah.
so we'll do that after.
Perfect.
He's out of town.
She flirts several times.
She's a legend. Hello.
Hey, good. How
Good,
are you?
how are you?
Good.
How you doing?
Okay. So, the structure for this interview, I'm so sorry about the weird timing on the sheet.
Don't worry.
Yeah, can you tell I'm not a finance major? Okay, continuing on. With the process for this is going to be, you'll have 4 minutes to answer 3 questions we have for you, and then we'll move into the technical questions for the Judiciary Committee, and that's the only committee you applied for, correct? Perfect with that. Okay, so for the first question, what is your motivation for applying to this role?
As I communicated in my application, like I'm very proud to be a Gator, and so this is sort of my motivation for anything, is that I want to make this school better, or try and make it better, make my best attempt at it. So I believe that, or I'm confident that I'm uniquely qualified for this position, and with my qualifications, and if I have the ability to speak about my past experiences, I think that I can bring about positive change, or at least keep on the momentum of this committee that I'm sure it's already doing fantastically.
All right. The next question is, what experiences do you have that would make you a good fit for this position?
So as I communicated in my application, I am a first year, so in terms of like collegiate experience, unfortunately, I am slightly lacking, but I'm confident that my high school experiences can make up for that shortfall. I was the co-chair of the Judiciary Committee at my high school for all 4 years, and so although there are differences, there was not $24 million at stake. The similar principles were involved. It was slightly different where I was managing clubs instead of legislation, but the principle remained the same, where I need to ensure that club operations and club events were following the school procedures and the student council, or the student body constitution, or whatever it was called, and ensuring that there were no violations, and that came with some decisions I did not enjoy having to make, but you know, everything was for the benefit of the school, so that was really priority.
All right, thank you. The last question we have is, what ideas do you have if you were to be selected for this role?
Excuse me. My understanding of the Senate is slightly limited again, and I don't think that is I think that is obviously a shortfall, but I think I can make up for that. I would not waste a single minute not trying to learn the operations and everything and get caught up to speed, so that wouldn't be an imposition to the Senate or the committee. But from what I have been able to piece together, I would imagine that there are times when there's sort of an overload of legislation needing to be viewed by the Judiciary Committee, and so as I wrote in my application, some sort of process where authors and sponsors have to self-check the 5 criteria and guarantee with an initial or something that they have actually gone through and checked that they meet all 5 criteria before the same process having to happen in the Judiciary Committee. So trying to avoid issues that can very easily be resolved by authors and sponsors.
Perfect. We'll now move into the technical questions for the committee. Beginning with, what are the 5 criteria for reviewing all legislation?
Constitutionality, implication, legality, format, and clarity.
All right. And what is the procedure for reviewing legislation in the Judiciary Committee?
There's a 5-minute presentation by the author or sponsor. There's then a 5-minute Q&A with the committee. There's then 5 minutes of debate, and then 2-minute final privilege.
All right. And then the last question, what can the Judiciary Committee move to do to legislation besides amend it?
The Judiciary Committee could pass the legislation. They could table, postpone, or fail.
All right. Thank you so much. That's all we have for you. Do you have any questions for us?
I do have a question.
Okay.
given that this is my first semester, period in Senate, is there an opportunity if I do not get this position to sort of build up my repertoire in terms of judiciary so that in the next cycle I can reapply?
Yeah, so seats don't just come up at the start of every term. Sometimes people resign from committees, so you have to stay vigilant for openings on Judish or other committees if you don't get this. Now, also I found it very useful to write legislation and get sort of an idea of how to author and overall check, like what you were saying earlier, check it yourself for the 5 criteria so you have some practice. That kind of builds up your skills regarding, because I mean, mostly reading through the codes, knowing how things have to be changed. It's just in general, being able to sort of, like authoring things is probably the best experience you can get for yourself in terms of judicial experience.
Got it.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too.
Okay, I'm just gonna call.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
Don't you love it when new senators who've never done Senate before, like, know exactly what's up with the procedures of the committees? I love technical questions. Like, that's just so
Hey, Julia,
cool.
Loki, can I get a donut?
Yeah, of course.
Rafa.
Someone needs you?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna call Zach.
Here you go.
Gina, that's so my bad. I totally forgot. That's it.
Oh no, we should finish the donuts. Do you think we can, do you want 3 donuts? Yeah. Or,
So sorry about that.
I mean, I wouldn't mind it.
huh?
Don't worry,
Yeah,
we
yeah, take
shut
it.
Okay, I'm gonna call.
Okay, just go.
Hello?
Hey, is this Zach?
This is Zach. Hi, Aaron.
Hey. Are you ready for your RNA interview?
I am, yes.
Okay, and just to double check, the only committee you applied to was the Budget and Appropriations Committee.
Yes, correct.
All right, so the procedure for this, you'll have 4 minutes to answer 3 questions that we ask, and then we'll move into the technical questions for the committee.
Okay.
All right, starting off, what is your motivation for applying?
So, my motivation for applying for the Budget Committee is that it is arguably one of the most tangible ways to impact student government, which student government in and of itself is the most tangible way for students to affect actual change on campus. And student government cannot function without a budget. And so I think being on the committee that ultimately sets that budget and helps allocate funds to different areas on campus, especially the over $7 million that goes to student government, is an incredibly important role and something that I would love to be a part of.
All right. The next question we have is, what experiences do you have that would make you a good fit for this position?
So I'm going to highlight 2 experiences I have that are kind of similar ways of me dealing with the budget. The first is being a part of cabinet at UF. Those budgets are relatively limited, and so in my position and working with my team, we've really had to figure out the best way to allocate funds when dealing with not quite as much money as would be ideal. And I think taking that to the budget committee is valuable because I'd be able to allocate funds in a way that's effective and not wasteful. Flipping kind of the switch, being philanthropy director for my fraternity, I have much more of a budget than I need, which may seem like a good thing, but I will say it's really taught me about intentional spending, and just because I have more money than I need doesn't necessarily mean it needs to be recklessly thrown around. And I think having to work in a position where I don't have as much funding versus a position where I have ample funding, that kind of like juxtaposition has given me good insight into how to properly allocate and distribute funds.
All right, thank you. The last question we have is, what ideas do you have if you were to be selected for this role?
So I have 2 main ones. I think the first good idea for the budget committee would be a quarterly newsletter describing where the funding goes in each of the big 4. People talk about the big 4 and say, this is the bulk of where the money goes to, but you really get into it, I feel like people don't necessarily understand where that money's going. SFL funds go towards advisors and helping keep Greek life alive. It doesn't go to day functions or formal trips, and I think that's a misconception that a lot of people on campus have. The second idea is more about accountability. The Student Government Accountability Agency, right now they do a lot of internal like reports. I think they could also work on internal financial reports to ensure that money is being spent and properly. And I think eventually there's an opportunity to expand that to some external and work on, you know, our students organizations that receive funding, are they using that money appropriately? And I think that'd be it'd be a neat partnership between the budget and the SGAA to make sure that, you know, the funds that we're allocating are being properly used. That way, when we make the budget for the next year, we know how to properly do that.
All right, thank you. So now we're going to move into the technical budget questions for the budget committee. Firstly, what are the big four?
The big four are student engagement, student government, rec sports, and the rights union.
Okay, which requests does the budget committee cover?
Operational, travel, and events.
And lastly, when does the student government's fiscal year start and when does it end?
It starts on July 1st and it ends on June 30th.
All right, thank you so much. Those are all the questions we have for you. Do you have any questions for us?
Not this time, no.
All right. Have a good day.
Thank you too.
Bye. Okay, we're now in line for Adam Putnam. Yes. Can you see if Adam Putnam is out there?
Yeah. He also prefers Hughes, I believe.
All right, Hughes. Yeah, no, you're right. I just have the sheet up with the government name.
Yeah. Hughes, you ready?
How are you doing today?
I'm good, how are you?
Pretty good.
I'm sure you guys are going through the gauntlet today.
Yeah, I messed up the scheduling a little bit, but we're figuring it out.
That's alright.
So, alright. Just to double check, you applied for the Judiciary Committee, and that's the only committee?
That's the only committee.
Perfect, okay. So the procedure for this interview will be, you'll have 4 minutes to answer 3 questions, and then we'll move into the technical questions for the Judiciary Committee specifically.
Alright, sounds good.
Alright, so firstly, what is your motivation for applying to this role?
Well, I think increasingly you find that a university college degree doesn't necessarily ensure success in the real world, and I think that student government has a unique position to be able to kind of fill that gap between what's merely just the curriculum of the college and what is more like professional development and connections. And I think that as a member of the Judiciary Committee, I'd be in the best position to help facilitate that programming for students and kind of give back to the Florida community that's given me so much. And I think it's also a great opportunity for me to kind of facilitate and foster making myself a better leader and kind of using that ability to kind of empower other senators to kind of serve their constituents and make very tailored programming for students to make sure that they can ensure success beyond their 4 years here.
Thank you. The next question is, what experiences do you have that make you a good fit for this position?
Well, I think there's 2 big important roles that you have kind of as a Judiciary Committee. You have one, which is an intimate knowledge of the student codes, of the Constitution and the statutes, and then also the ability to kind of be able to effectively look at legislation, read it, and be able to understand it within the 5 criteria and then the larger scope of the college campus. And I started as a district intern for my U.S. representative in high school, and that gave me a lot of experience looking over legislation and talking to different constituents, being able to like look at legislation and say, you know, what aligns with the interests of my lawmaker, like what should I show him that he might be interested in, looking over his own legislation, looking for typos, and kind of doing that kind of review process. But also my double major, which is philosophy, politics, economics, and law. It's a new major. And so every day in class, I'm constantly reading these kind of dense legal theory, political theory, and philosophy. So I have experience with that kind of like close critical reading that's necessary to be able to evaluate bills and kind of understand them in the context of the campus.
Thank you. And then the last question we have is, what ideas do you have if you were to be selected for this role?
Well, I think that my end goal, of course, is to make a judiciary that's as transparent as possible, and like I mentioned earlier, kind of empowering senators to be as knowledgeable and to craft their own legislation. And I think that could take the form of a parliamentary procedure workshop, and then also a bill writing workshop, and that exists in some form. I've seen the PDF on the website, but it's 2 years old and it still has Jonathan Stevens on it. And I think that furthermore, kind of beyond just like telling them, you know, the basic formatting and the different regulations around it, kind of providing like a frequently asked questions sheet. So, you know, what are the most common problems with legislation that are put before judiciary, and how can we kind of make a sheet that has those questions to say, hey, this is a problem that we constantly see, make sure to look out for this on your bill, or also more tailored advice. So, you know, bills that, you know, frequently interact with bills that are like agencies that are aspects of the university administration that are constantly interacted with, like TAPS and facility services. How do you tailor a bill that works within their framework and makes it realistic and feasible for them to actually execute what your bill says?
Thank you, and now we're gonna move into the technical questions, starting with what are the 5 criteria for reviewing all legislation?
So there's, I use an acronym, FLIC. There's feasibility, or not feasibility, sorry. There's formatting, there's clarity, there's constitutionality, there is legality, and then clarity.
Alright, thank you, and then what is the procedure for reviewing legislation in the Judiciary Committee?
It starts with 5 minutes of presentation from either the author or the sponsor of the bill, then 5 minutes of question and answer, and then 5 minutes of debate, and then 2 minutes of final privilege.
And then lastly, what can the Judiciary Committee move to do to legislation besides amend it?
They can pass it, they can fail it, they can table it, or they can postpone it.
Alright, thank you. That's all the questions we have for you. Do you have any for us?
I do not. I don't want to take any more of your time.
Good. Thank you so much for coming in today.
Thank you so much. You guys have a great day.
Have a great rest
Thank
of your
you as well.
day. Can I see the notes that you took on there? So that I missed it? Great. Yeah, I figured out the application.
Very articulate.
Yes.
He speaks for.
Yes.
Mia's gonna be sending you the absences now, Aaron.
You don't have to name them, just say add them.
Okay, no. Apparently, I add them to the agenda, but someone needs to send Aaron them. So
She needs to do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, that's what I'm
Sounds
saying.
good. We're now in line for Taylor Blythe.
Call, phone.
Yes.
Are you sure it's on
Call
phone?
Okay.
And speak.
Are you sure it's on the phone? Because she just asked me if.
I'm positive.
But well, she submitted the form. I don't know if she's here or not.
She's not here.
Okay.
She texted me being like, hey, when's my phone interview? It's supposed to be at 12:55. So she's interview. Oh, she said.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail.
Do it again. Unless she says something. Hold on a minute. The suspense. Oh, she's ready. She's ready.
Hello?
Hey, is this Taylor?
Hi, yeah.
Hey, this is Aaron with the Replacement and Agenda Committee. Are you ready for your interview?
Yes, I'm about ready. I'm sorry, I just had to step out of a conference thing. I'm just trying to find a quiet spot.
All good.
Okay, this should work.
Okay. So the procedure for this interview will be you'll have 4 minutes to answer 3 questions we have for you, and then we'll move into the technical questions for the Judiciary Committee and the Rules and Ethics Committee.
All right, awesome.
Okay. So firstly, what is your motivation for applying?
Well, since I've stepped onto campus, I've always been drawn to helping the people of the University of Florida, especially the community and the organizations that I've been able to connect to. I've really found a passion for being able to help others, and I feel like by being able to join these different committees, I'll be able to do that to the best of my ability. And I feel that my experiences and my diverse perspectives, especially even the combined skills that I've learned from these experiences, will able to help me contribute thoughtfully to these different committees and Student Senate as a whole.
All right, thank you. The next question is, what experiences do you have that would make you a good fit for this position?
So many of my experiences that will help me for this role definitely include leadership, advocacy, and especially policy development. Most recently, I am the CEO of my own nonprofit community service organization called Serve Plus One, which is actively contributing towards helping others and creating these different policies and introducing these new perspectives to others. I also have experience through community outreach and service projects through Black Student Union and Leadership Development Institute that I believe I'll be able to bring to the table to both the Rules and Ethics and the Judiciary Committee. And I'm also able to work effectively with committee members and stakeholders to really uphold transparency, fairness, and due process as a whole in these legislative matters.
Okay, and then our last question for you is, what ideas do you have if you were to be selected for this role?
Okay, so I guess I could start with for the Judiciary Committee. One idea I would like to implement is kind of create a transparent process where students can easily submit feedbacks or concerns about pending legislation. I would also like to implement a set of clear guidelines for submitting and reviewing legislation to ensure that all proposals are evaluated for the student body's best interest, and to propose periodic views of legislation to assess its impact on the student body, just kind of periodically and throughout the Judiciary Committee and Senate as a whole, so we can see what and identify these areas of improvement. And then for the Rules and Ethics Committee, some of the ideas that I had was to create a clear, accessible code for all members of student government, just kind of to outline those expectations and ethical behavior. I found the one that we have now, it's about 21 pages, so if we were able to create kind of more condensed version of that, I think that'd be really beneficial. In order to also help those ethical issues, I wanted to create a more transparent process for handling ethics complaints, so students have an accessible way to report concerns and understand that their voices will be heard. And then finally, encouraging open discussions about ethical challenges that student government faces, so we can have a more collaborative approach to strengthen the integrity of student government and Senate as a whole.
All right, thank you. We're now going to move into the technical questions, starting off with the Judiciary Committee.
Okay.
What are the 5 criteria for reviewing all legislation?
Okay, the 5 criteria are legality, clarity, format, constitutionality, and implication.
What is the procedure for reviewing legislation in the Judiciary Committee?
So the first step is 5 minutes of presentation from either the author or the sponsor of said legislation, 5 minutes of question and answer from the committee, 5 minutes of debate, and then finally 2 minutes of final privilege.
And then what can the Judiciary Committee move to do to legislation besides amend it?
So the Judiciary Committee is able to pass a bill, postpone, fail, or table.
Moving on to rules and ethics. How many absences does it take for a senator to be resigned by non-attendance?
Sorry. For the fall and the spring, it's 3 unexcused absences or a combined of 4 excused and unexcused absences. And then for the summer, it's 2 unexcused absences or a combination of 3 excused and unexcused.
All right, and then our last question. When do absences and constituencies reset for all senators?
So absences reset at the beginning of each Senate term, and then constituency starts on the first day of classes of an academic semester, and then on the last student Senate meeting of that same semester.
All right, thank you so much. That's all we have for you. Do you have any questions for us?
No, but thank you so much. I really appreciate it, and I really appreciate this accommodation.
Yeah, of course. All right, have a good rest of your day.
You as well, thank you.
Bye. Okay, and now, Julia Pasco.
She's out there.
Rafa, you got it?
Yep.
Back-to-back triple committee interviewers. Back-to-back triple committee interviewers.
Julia?
Insane.
No budget though.
Julia?
They're not rocking with a budget.
No one wants budget. Hello.
Hey, thank you.
How's it going?
Good.
Just to double check, so you applied to the Judiciary Committee, the Rules and Ethics Committee, and the Information and Communication Committee. Perfect. All right, so this interview is going to be, you'll have 4 minutes to answer 3 questions. It'll move into the technical questions for all 3 of those committees.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, so the first question is, what is your motivation for applying?
I've seen the importance in being held accountable, and I understand that it's part of, as representatives of like the student body, we have such a big role that like it's, you know, I think these committees are crucial for making sure that we're holding ourselves accountable, which is just as important, you know, and as like keeping our student body accountable and making sure that we're writing, you know, properly, like, sorry, the stress of talking fast is getting good. But yeah, I just think it's like crucial that we're also doing things in an efficient way, and I think that this is the best way to do that is to really have a specified interest. I think that's the best way to pass forward legislation. it's, you know, making sure you're really well versed in a specific area. So I really want to better myself in that way. I feel like that's the way I can be the most effective, is making sure I'm holding other people accountable in addition to myself, and you know, really having a certain interest that I'm trying to be as best as I can.
Alright, the next question we have is, what experiences do you have that would make you a good fit for this position?
In high school, I was the chair of our city's youth commission. We worked in liaison with the city council, so I got to see real life legislation being passed. I worked in, you know, creating new initiatives, things that actually had to go through legal processes, which was really awesome to see. We sat in at city council meetings, constantly spoke at them. I also participated in Girls State at home, which gave me the chance to run like exact the same as this, you know, write legislation, to see the inner workings of that. I had countless speeches and, you know, meetings with people that, you know, like former governor of South Carolina, people that actually well versed in this. So I feel like that's given me a good perspective in terms of the inner workings of government, and I think that's made me realize too the importance of having those like specialized things. I served on a committee at Girls State, stuff like that. So yeah.
Alright, and then the last question is, what ideas do you have if you were to be selected for these roles?
So for the Judiciary Committee, I would want to make a retreat that like would educate new judicial committee, like, and you know, judiciary members on like ethics. I feel like that's crucial because it's something that's so important and that's part of their role. And I think having people speak to them about that, and like that's something that they need to become well versed in. And I think that's also just a good time for reflection. I feel like you don't get a lot of that, especially in stuff that involves like morals and ethics. Just really being able to sit down and say like, why am I doing this? In terms of rules and ethics, I would want to make a consolidated database that has like voting records where you can search by senator, date, to see how people voted, making sure that, you know, promises your senators made to you are kind of being followed up on. I think that transparency is really important. That's something we promise the students, and having that accessible to everyone is crucial. And then in terms of the information and communications, I would propose a weekly newsletter being sent out to the student body, something, you know, we can post on the Instagram or have on the website available, just to see, you know, update on new happenings that both senators can read and the student body. That's something that I do within my chapter. We do a TE9 newsletter that I create every couple weeks, so that's something I also think that I could take on personally. And I just think that's another one that would help with transparency as well as keeping senators educated.
Thank you. We're gonna move into the technical questions, starting off with the Information and Communications Committee. What are the events that INC plans during the fall and spring semesters, and when do they need to be held?
So there is the Senate retreat and then new senator orientation. The Senate retreat has to occur sometime after 2 weeks from the first day of classes, and then 7 days, and it can occur after 7 days before the first day of final exams. And the new senator orientation has to occur sometime before the second Senate meeting.
Alright, now moving into Judiciary Committee. What are the 5 criteria for reviewing all legislation?
Constitutionality, implication, legality, clarity, and format.
What is the procedure for reviewing legislation in the Judiciary Committee?
Reviewing legislation. 5 minutes of proposal and presentation by a sponsor, author, 5 minutes Q&A, 5 minutes of debate, and then 2 minutes for a final privilege.
What can the Judiciary Committee move to do to legislation besides amend it?
Pass, postpone, put on table.
Alright, and now on to rules and ethics. How many absences does it take for a senator to be resigned by non-attendance?
3 unexcused in the spring and fall, 4th with an excused, and then in the summer 2 unexcused, and 3rd with an excused.
Alright, and then the last question, when do absences and constituencies reset for all senators?
Absences reset at the start of each new term, and constituencies reset the first day of classes, and then the last Senate meeting.
Alright, thank you so much. I know that was a lot of questions.
No, yeah, I'm surprised I made it.
That's all we have for you. Do you have any questions for us?
When do you all know when we'll be hearing back?
Monday,
Okay,
hopefully.
awesome. Sounds good. All right, well, I appreciate it. Thank you all so much
Thank
for your
you
time.
so much.
Oh, all right again. All right, awesome. Have a good rest of your Sunday. Bye.
You too.
That's always impressive.
That's crazy.
Also, like, I don't think they know that the questions are not counted, even though you say it in the timing.
Yeah. Alright, Hannah Lockwood is
Yeah, she's
out there.
Yep.
I got it.
Oh, I guess. Also getting through, huh?
Hannah.
love the change in tone that Rafa has with like certain people.
He's like, do I know who this is? Name us a question versus, hey. Hello.
Hey.
How's it going? It's good. Good.
How are y'all?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Yes.
Yeah, but the camera's not on you.
Yeah.
Allegedly, it's on us.
Okay. So, the process for this interview, you'll have 4 minutes to answer 3 questions that we have for you, and then we'll move into the technical questions for, correct me if I'm wrong, the Judiciary Committee, the Rules and Ethics Committee, and the Information and Communication Committee.
Yeah, why not go for all of them?
There you go. Apparently
Fair,
no budget,
fair.
no love for budget though.
Yeah, I was like, I'll save that for the finance papers. I don't need it. They need it more than me.
Alright, for the first question, what is your motivation for applying?
I mean, I am a new senator. Yay, very excited. And obviously I've heard like a lot of stuff about the committees, especially from all y'all, just saying how amazing it is an experience just to get more involved and more hands-on, because like it is hard. Like literally the first meeting there was 82 people. I don't know any of the lingo. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. And so it's a lot easier to like speak up and say things in a smaller group of people. So yeah, I would love to get involved just so that I can like make more of a difference in a smaller group and be more comfortable just to transition into Senate.
Alright, what experiences do you have that would make you a good fit for these positions?
For all 3.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, well, for information and communications, I know that's like planning events and communication and like Instagram posts and all social medias. I'm in a club right now where basically the entire thing, it's called FLEG, it's like Freshman Leadership Engineering Group. Basically the entire club is we just plan events and make advertisements for the events, and it's stuff for the members of the club. So I feel like that's really prepared me for this, because it's literally just planning events for everyone within the club to make everyone closer. And I've made all the slides on Canva like for our events and things like that. So, and I also help like those slides go on the social media. So that's experience with that. And then I'd say for judiciary, I mean, I don't really have much previous experience writing legislation other than just both of my parents are lawyers, so I've kind of been around that my whole life, which not that they're like my parents are lawyers, but I have like helped my mom occasionally with like her filing and things like that, where she's like, just help me add up these numbers and go through these files real quick. And I'm like, all right, give me a calculator, I'll read it, I'll just help you do this. And then also I just feel like since engineering is kind of a new thing that we've just gotten, which is very exciting that we have Vision Party as engineers, I feel like it's really important to have an engineer perspective in the Judiciary Committee, just because it is such a huge college at the school. I looked it up the other day and I think it's 8,000 undergraduates out of like 60,000, so it's like 20%, well it's not 20%, I think it was like maybe over 10% of the school is engineers, so I feel like it's important to have that when writing and reviewing bills.
Alright, and then the last question we have for you is, what ideas do you have if you were to be selected for these roles?
Well, ideas for information communications is kind of the first one that I can think of. I know that in certain organizations, the way that they do stuff and the way that they do socials is through volunteering, which I feel like is a really important thing, because it gets us all together, gets us hanging out, but it also is like making us do service in our community, and it is something that's gonna look very good, gonna make people feel very good, which I love the Humane Society. I love anything to do with animals. I feel like that's actually gonna get people to come out. Street cleanups or things like that, or even like where I'm from in Tampa, a lot of people would do beach cleanups because everyone wants to go to that, because you're just on a beach with your friends just picking up trash, which I know the beach is like an hour and a half away, but like we could do like a little trip out there, like clean up, hang out for the day, just things like that. And then just ideas for judiciary and like rules and ethics. I mean, there's not many new things I feel you can add other than just a new perspective, which is the same thing I was saying in the last question. It's just having that engineering perspective in those committees.
Alright, thank you. We're gonna move into the technical questions, starting off with the Information and Communications Committee. So what are the events that INC plans during the fall and spring semesters, and when do they need to be held?
So they plan the new Senator orientation, which is after the second Senate meeting, and then the Senate retreat, which is in between the first 2 weeks of classes and before the last week before final exams.
Alright, moving on to the Judiciary Committee, what are the 5 criteria for reviewing all legislation?
Constitutionality, legality, format, implications, and clarity.
What is the procedure for reviewing legislation in the Judiciary Committee?
It's 5 minutes of presentation by the author or sponsor of the bill, 5 minutes of Q&A from the committee, 5 minutes of debate, and then 2 minutes of final privilege.
What can the Judiciary Committee move to do to legislation besides amend it?
They can pass, fail, table, or postpone.
rules and ethics. How many absences does it take for a senator to be resigned by non-attendance?
Okay, in fall and spring, it's 3 unexcused or 4 combined, excused and unexcused, and in summer, it's 2 unexcused or 3 combined.
When do absences in constituencies reset for all senators?
They reset the absences. It's at the start of a new Senate term, and constituencies is from the first day of classes to the last Senate meeting of the semester.
All right, that's all we have for you. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Do you have any questions for us?
Not really. I don't think so. This is so odd interviewing like with friends. Like I know y'all too well for this. Okay.
Have a great rest of your day.
You
Good
too.
night.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, last phone interview.
Let's go.
Hi, how are you?
Hey, is this Madeline?
Yeah.
Hey, this is Aaron Brubai from the Replacement and Agenda Committee. Are you ready for your interview today?
Yes, I am.
Awesome. And just to double check, you applied for the Judiciary Committee and the Information and Communication Committee.
Yes.
All right. So this interview will be, you'll have 4 minutes to answer 3 questions, and then we'll move into technical questions for both of those committees.
All right.
All right. So the first question is, what is your motivation for applying?
Okay, so I have been on student government since I was in 5th grade, and I'm really committed to transparency, fairness, and effective communication and student leadership. And then since I've been serving as a Yulee area senator, I've seen firsthand how impactful a strong government can be in shaping student lives. And I really want to continue this work by ensuring a fair judicial process and clear and accessible communication through these communities.
All right, thank you. The next question is, what experiences do you have that would make you a good fit for this position?
Okay, so for the Judiciary Committee, so I have experience as the vice president of my high school class for 4 years, and I was also the president of debate club for 2 years. So it's given me a strong background in critical thinking and structured decision making and ethical leadership. I also did DECA, where for all 4 years I placed in top 5 for business ethics and law challenges, which prepared me to fairly and logically review cases, interpret policies, and ensure just outcomes in the judicial process. I also worked with state legislation in my home state of Massachusetts a few times. So for one instance, I worked with state legislation to help student athletes in gym classes, and I also worked with this nonprofit organization called Dignity Matters, which is focused on addressing period poverty in Massachusetts, where I advocated for change on state level, working with my state legislators. So this experience kind of reinforced my ability to communicate with policymakers and drive tangible legislative change. For the INC committee, I have experience in public relations and student outreach because I just got on the committee for my sorority of Phi Mu to help as a recruitment chair. So I've started to develop content strategies and help lead workshops and collaborate with teams to improve outreach as well.
All right, and then our last question for you is, what ideas do you have if you were to be selected for this role?
Okay, so for the Judiciary Committee, I want to improve case accessibility. So just to create a clear, student-friendly summaries of major rulings. I feel like a lot of things can get really misconstrued, and just having a clear, almost easier way to interpret what's actually going on would really help students. And then I want to implement a standardized case review framework to enhance consistency in rulings and improve efficiency. And then, of course, just enhance communication,
create forums where students can voice their concerns. Yeah, just communicating is a big part of the Judiciary Committee, and also hoping that more people will come to the meetings to actually talk about their case. And then for the INC Committee, I want to increase social media presence. Crystal has done a great job at this, but I just want to continue to utilize more interactive content such as Q&A sessions, polls, clear messaging, develop concise, visually appealing summaries for students, and then implement a system where students can easily submit concerns or suggestions. And yeah.
Alright, thank you. We're now going to move into the technical questions, starting off with the Information and Communication Committee.
Okay.
Alright, so what are the events that INC plans during the fall and spring semesters, and when do they need to be held?
Okay, so one is the new Senator orientation, and it has to be by the second Senate meeting after the election results. And then another is the Senate retreat that is no earlier than the second week of classes and no later than 7 days before the first day of final exams.
Alright, moving on to Judiciary Committee. What are the 5 criteria for reviewing all legislation?
Constitutionality, implication, legality, format, and clarity.
What is the procedure for reviewing legislation in the Judiciary Committee?
5 minutes of presentation from the author or sponsor, 5 minutes of Q&A from the committee, 5 minutes of debate, and then 2 minutes of final privilege.
And then our last question for you, what can the Judiciary Committee move to do legislation besides amend it?
Pass, postpone, table, and fail.
Alright, thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Alright, have a good rest of your day.
You too. Bye.
Bye. Oh, I forgot to ask if she had questions for me.
Who's next, Maya? Dunyan?
Yep. Everyone else should be in person.
So she should be out there?
Yo.
Right.
Who are we again?
Maya. Dunyan?
Dunyan.
Okay.
Stretch for a minute.
Oh. You need to include a bathroom break for yourself.
Yeah, I didn't do a great job scheduling this. I can't leave.
Hello, y'all.
Sorry for the wait.
Oh, y'all are good. I have an idea sheet. I know it's not really required. And then I have my resume too. Do you want the resume or no?
Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you. We
And
appreciate
then
it.
for my idea sheet, I understand I'm a new senator, so a lot I want to talk to y'all about later on if I get chosen about implementing things.
Okay, sounds good.
But I didn't want to message people beforehand just because y'all were interviewing me. So
Alright, so just to double check, you applied to the Judiciary Committee and the Rules and Ethics Committee.
yes.
Perfect. So the interview, you'll have 4 minutes to answer 3 questions, and then we'll move into technical questions for both of those committees.
Okay, perfect.
Alright, so firstly, what is your motivation for applying?
So my motivation for applying is while I'm a new senator, really I just want to get super involved in Senate. That's how a freshman starts off. That's how you understand things. And I also think I provide a new perspective to a lot of the committees because people who have experience are going in with a student government mindset. I'm going in with a student mindset who hasn't really been involved in Senate before. And also I have a lot of experience with, let's say, the judiciary side as well as emailing and professionalism with people I know. So I think that would transfer over well to those 2 committees.
Thank you. The next question is, what experiences do you have that would make you a good fit for this position?
So my experiences, a lot of it has to do with Model UN. I've done a lot of legislative writing, and I've also moderated and graded other people's legislative writing. And I specifically, when I look at the Constitution and I look at the codes, it's very similar. It's just different topics. And then for rules and ethics, I'm really involved in finance. So a lot of the times I'm in charge of emailing people and establishing strict standards with people I know about sensitive topics and still having to remain professional during that time.
Alright, and then the last question, what ideas do you have if you were to be selected for these roles?
Okay, so I'm gonna pull out my idea sheet for this because I'm actually very excited about these ideas. So for Rules and Ethics Committee, right now there's no set sheet that you can look at and it'll be like, all right, here's all the absences, here's everything with constituencies, and I'm sure there's one floating around that's not a set one, but when people go to that new senator orientation, let's be honest, a lot of people miss it, a lot of people aren't listening, and it's a lot of information, so I just want to pass out that sheet and then put it on the student government website. So let's say a new senator is initiated halfway through a term, they can look at it and be like, all right, this is what's expected of me. Because I think when you look at it, it's just more about understanding what you need to do instead of just doing it, if that makes sense. And then for the Judiciary Committee, I want to update the Student Bill of Rights. We don't really have a specific Bill of Rights, but we mentioned the Constitution and a few ideas regarding that. And if you look at the sheet, I have a few things I'd like to add below that. And while it may seem repetitive, there's a lot of things that are like, you can't do this, but it's not a lot of things protecting the students' rights. So there's sort of a gray area when trying to pass things. One thing for me is disabilities, and there's nothing stating students with disabilities should have accommodations when coming and trying to speak in Senate or coming and trying to participate in any student government activity. And I just like to clarify that in the Student Bills of Rights. I have other things, but I'm gonna run out of time. And then another thing I wanna do, I wrote across all committees, is that, so at the end of each Senate term, I think each committee should have about 5 minutes to present what they've done throughout the semester and what they plan to accomplish future-wise. And then there's 5 minutes for Q&A, so people can kind of understand what that committee has accomplished. I actually just talked to Maya about it. She thinks it falls more under rules and ethics. I wasn't sure, I didn't want to text y'all about it just because you're interviewing me. But I think this keeps the committees accountable and it keeps them transparent regarding these ideas. And then that's about it. I have more in here, but a lot of it is just specific things I won't get into.
Sounds good, thank you. We're now gonna move into the technical questions, beginning with the Judiciary Committee. So what are the 5 criteria for reviewing all legislation?
So there's legality, constitutionality, format, clarity, and implications.
What is the procedure for reviewing legislation in the Judiciary Committee?
So first you have a 5-minute presentation period by the author and sponsor. Then it's a 5-minute Q&A period by the committee. Then it's a 5-minute debate period, and then 2 minutes of final privilege.
All right. And what can the Judiciary Committee move to do to legislation besides amend it?
They can pass, fail, postpone, and table.
All right. And now for rules and ethics. How many absences does it take for a senator to be resigned by non-attendance?
So for the summer, it's 2 unexcused absences, 3 combined, and then for fall and spring, it's 3 unexcused, 4 combined.
All right. And the last question, when do absences and constituencies reset for all senators?
So they reset at the beginning of each Senate term, and then for, that's for absences. And then for constituencies, it's the first day of school and the last meeting of that Senate term.
All right. Thank you so much. That's all we have for you. Do you have any questions for us?
I'm good, thank you. Actually, wait, I do have a few questions.
Okay.
So for the Judiciary Committee, what would you expect like an average meeting to go like?
An average meeting?
Mm-hmm. When you're reviewing legislation?
To have honestly, between 10 and 20 pieces of legislation that are new to that week, some old legislation that is rolled over from being tabled, and then occasionally there's more responsibilities. When you're near an election, a lot of times you have ASOE nominations that you can approve. Other than that, it's pretty standard. You just go through that process of 5552 for all the legislation that's new, and typically you would do the new legislation first and then with the legislation that was tabled previously. But it depends on the week. I've had weeks with 140 bills and weeks with 0. So like the length of the meetings is never set.
It probably depends on the time in the semester too. I'm sure in the middle of the semester you're getting a lot more bills than like the beginning.
It's actually the end. That's
really?
The worst, yeah.
And then what is your criteria for like when you nominate somebody, what do you usually consider when you're reviewing nominations?
So we don't nominate anyone.
Well, when someone nominates and you review it.
Yeah, so when we recommend it to the floor, typically we'll review their application materials, and that there's no defined process, but it's kind of a good thing. We ended up making it 2 minutes for the committee to read through the materials, so that's resume and there's answers to the questions similar to this. And then we had 2 minutes to deliberate on their qualifications, and we would decide whether or not we felt as though they were qualified for the role. We'd recommend them down to the floor, and then there'd either be debate or there wouldn't. Honestly, ASOEs are less of a controversial position than others because it's a pretty entry-level position for new students, especially freshmen, to get involved in. So nominations are really much less intense of a process. They don't have to come in and interview, although they're welcome to. They almost never do. And they usually don't show up to Senate either after they've been recommended. So it's not like RNA where it's a formal process like this.
Have you ever thought about putting specific criteria in? Nothing like too specific, but things that kind of set standards for what they should be doing?
Yes, and then we realized it was a bad idea. We tried actually, but for example, we had ASOEs apply. We've had like law school students who have actually worked as supervisors of elections for entire districts before, and they're like, oh, I'm gonna do it at UF too. Like, whoa, you're way overqualified. But then we'll have a student who, for example, is a freshman student from Bolivia who's fluent in Spanish, and this would really help the Spanish-speaking population at UF who wants to go out and vote, increase voter turnout. So, and this individual may not have had more qualifications than another, and they might have had different qualifications, like that language proficiency meant a lot to us in that year, but everything changes so frequently, and you want to have such a diverse group of people that are ASOEs working together that having an established list of like qualifications would kind of take away from the ability to go like, oh, this is something we could use right now.
That makes sense. I was curious because I was considering it for one of my ideas, but I'm assuming something in the past has been done.
Yeah, we did thought about it a lot.
For rules and ethics, I have questions on like how are you guys delivering news? Like, let's say somebody is at their limit for unexcused absences. How is that dealt with?
So they are emailed
Okay.
by the Rules and Ethics Chair with the pro tem board attached. And there's an appeal process that can be initiated. So, and these absences are approved every meeting at like on the Senate floor. So you'll get an update, I believe, when you are one absence away from being removed. That like be careful, and then
you're like on probation.
Yeah, it's like not called
before
probation.
you're on probation. Yeah.
Yeah, and then like the extra absence after that would be an email to very few people. It's not really advertised. It's kind of a private thing because you want the appeals process to go smoothly, if they choose to do so.
And does that committee have a specific email, or is it coming from like the chair's email?
It's coming from the
themselves?
chair's email.
Have we ever thought about making a specific email, just because a lot of the times you're going to be emailing your friends or people you know? So when like someone in Senate is emailing it from their name, that person automatically associates with them getting in trouble. Have we ever considered that?
It tends to be, so none of the committees have emails, it's only the chairs.
Okay.
And they kind of represent the entire committee through the email. So
it's a chair email, not their name.
it's their, like, for example, mine right now they used to read, Judiciary Chair Aaron Rubai.
Okay, that's it.
So yeah, it has the name, but it's also assumed that they're speaking on behalf of the committee. So if there were a procedure to resign someone by non-attendance, it would come from that account.
All right, I'll ask one more question because I know interviews have been running long. Do you guys have any concerns with me? I know I'm a freshman, so a lot of the stuff that the older kids have done or the kids who have been sent in longer have had more experience than me. So like, are there any concerns in that route?
Okay, in a normal interview, that's a good question. We aren't actually allowed to discuss something like that because we have to do deliberations after we've gone through all of the interviews, so we can't talk about the strengths or weaknesses of any particular candidate ahead of time. If you'd like to ask after the fact, after the meeting, you're welcome to do so, but we just can't talk about that now.
All right, thank y'all so much. I hope you guys have a good day.
Me too.
I'll see you Tuesday.
See you Tuesday.
Thanks, Maya.
Have a good day.
You as well.
Alright, we have 4 left, and
Sorry,
we are really far behind. We are 30 minutes back. Is Andrew out there?
I'll go check. Sabotage?
No, Andrew Brantmeyer.
Sounds great. And
Sorry for the wait.
Oh no, you guys are all good. I don't mind.
Is everyone else out there right now too?
Yeah, Andrew's out there and Maya's out there.
Alright.
I think they're the last two probably.
And then, yeah, Catherine as well. But we'll...
Oh, I see.
Alright. So just to double check, you're interviewing for the Rules and Ethics Committee.
Yeah, that's all.
Perfect. We're the procedure for this is going to involve, you'll have 4 minutes to answer 3 questions that we ask, and then we'll move into the technical questions for the Rules and Ethics Committee.
Awesome.
All right, so the first question is, what is your motivation for applying?
Yeah, so I'm only ever going to be in one Senate term. I'm a junior. This is like I graduated in spring 26, so my thinking on this is I want to try to be as impactful as I possibly can be while I'm here. And I picked rules and ethics. You know, I don't do anything just for the sake of doing it. I want to do it to the best of my ability, so that's why I wanted to become involved in a committee. Rules and ethics, I just want to kind of make sure that the reputation of student government and the things that we're doing is positive, you know, by making sure everyone's doing everything by the books and doing things in a way that's going to reflect positively, you know, on the good work that we do. So that's kind of why I selected that one.
All right. What experiences do you have that would make you a good fit for this position?
Yeah, so a lot of the things that I've been involved in, you know, during my time at UF have had to do with finances. In my fraternity, I deal with finances. Action SG, I've done finances, things like that. So when you're doing that, you gotta make sure that you're doing everything by the books with money. That's one where you really can't mess up, and you need to make sure that you're doing everything in an ethical way, because you know a lot of trust is put on you. So I think having those kind of experiences would make me a good fit for this, because I've proved myself to handle things in an ethical way and by the books too. So I think that this would be a good fit for that.
All right, thank you. And the last question we have, what ideas do you have if you were to be selected for this role?
Yeah, so I think you know, the constituency requirements obviously a great thing. I think that I'd like to kind of collaborate a little bit with INC to, you know, highlight a little bit more of kind of what we're doing with the constituency requirements and show, you know, that people are actually out there, you know, interacting with their constituents and kind of showing that this is something that we actively do, you know, just to make sure that there's a lot of transparency to see how we're interacting with, you know, the people that we're serving.
All right, thank you. We're now going to move into the technical questions for rules and ethics. Awesome. How many absences does it take for a senator to be resigned by non-attendance?
Is this for the fall and spring or for the summer?
Both.
Okay, so for fall and spring, you get 3 unexcused and then 4 combination excused and unexcused, and then for summer it's 2 unexcused and then 3 unexcused and excused.
All right, and then our last question, when do absences and constituencies reset for all senators?
Yeah, so the absences, that's just one Senate term. That's when it resets. So you get elected again, then it reset. And then for the constituency, so that begins on the first day of class. So like based off the academic calendar, when the first day of class is, and that ends on the final Senate meeting of that semester.
All right, thank you so much. That's all we have for you. Do you have any questions for us?
I don't think so.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, thank you guys. I really appreciate it.
Of course, thank you.
Have a good rest of your day.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. D-Rep Sabotage.
Yep.
Make sure.
Thanks. Good afternoon, everyone.
Sorry for the wait.
No worries. Donuts. Happy first RNA.
So just to double check, you applied for the Rules and Ethics Committee?
Yes.
Perfect. So we're gonna give you 4 minutes to answer 3 questions and then move into the technical questions for Rules and Ethics. Sound good?
Yep.
All right, so for the first question, what is your motivation for applying?
I have a lot of motivations actually. The first thing, I think like the base of my motivation would be my, I think, dedication to service. I mean, as a Catholic, going to Catholic school for 12 years, I learned the importance of service. And I think that like my passion for this aligned most with the R&E committee. I think that I could bring this love and this knowledge for UF and be a useful, productive, and efficient member of this committee, hopefully making everyone's Senate experience better and also making our chamber more charitable to our university and towards our constituents.
All right, the next question is, what experiences do you have that would make you a good fit for this position?
Sure. So first and foremost, I am a senator. I finished my first term. I had to do the constituency. I had to go through all the motions. I was not kicked out. So I see the life as a senator. I was fortunate enough to be, well, I am a member of the Judiciary Committee as we speak, in which I see that the committees are extremely important for the integrity of our whole chamber, and I think RNE has one of the most important roles. I was able to serve on the joint committee censure with Axon and SGP, where RNE and Judiciary went and censured 2 organizations for violating our codes, and I learned a lot in that. I think that I understand the importance of, holding other student leaders accountable. We are funding them, we are giving them these positions, and we have our name on them, so I think that we should continue to hold them accountable. I think that experience came in handy. I'm a Florida Cicerone, like Anthony Lafay, which is fun, and I think we are at the forefront of love and charity for the university. I would like to bring this to the committee. I would like to bring my knowledge and my compatibility to the committee and hopefully share this with all the other senators, making sure that our constituency is meaningful and impactful rather than just a requirement. I have a lot of other qualifications in my opinion. I served in student government through my high school. I had 800 service hours in high school. I won the Miami Herald Silver Knight Award in high school, which is the highest honor in South Florida for leadership and service. And I'd like to just continue this at UF, and I think I have in this first year and a half, and I'd like to move forward with this in RNE.
All right. And then the last question, what ideas do you have if you were to be selected for this role?
Yes, I brought a idea sheet. I'll go off of this and I'll give it to you guys to look through after. Something that I would do right away if I were to be selected is regular constituency opportunity announcements. So during committee reports, I would have someone on the committee every single meeting announce a constituency event that's coming up maybe a week, 2 weeks, just so that we are constantly reminding our senators that look, it's our responsibility to give back, to engage with our constituents. So I think that this would really make us, rather than making it just a requirement at the end of the semester, doing the constituency, doing the tabling to get a requirement, I think that this would make people find something that they may be more aligned with, maybe more passionate about throughout the semester, and that we're kind of spreading and streamlining our service throughout the semester rather than kind of bunching it up at the end. I am excited about the constituency calendar. I spoke with the acting chair. I think that we would collaborate well together and make this publish this right away. Again, just to make constituency, I think should be very important. I hope that all senators are taking priority in constituency. Also, I think that a constituency submission notification system is key. I have had my constituency fail because I submitted it a week late in the beginning. I had no idea. So I think that having someone on the committee, especially if it has failed, reach out to the senator that may or may not have gotten in on time, just so that they can stay up to date and avoid being removed from the chamber. As a Cicerone, we also know the importance of media literacy. I think that anything with the student government, especially Senate's name, should be held with utmost integrity. So I think that at orientation, RNA should be responsible for holding a media literacy course, just showing our senators that, hey, if you slap UF Senate on your Instagram bio, make sure that there's nothing unbecoming. I think that we should hold each other accountable. That is our job. That would be my job if I were to be selected for the RNE committee. Like for Cicerones, we have to go through weeks and weeks and weeks of training before we're even allowed to put it on anything. We can't wear the logos if we're doing anything that may not be of the highest demeanor. And I think that we should address and advise on any concerning behavior, post online to share these values and make sure all senators are aligned with us.
All right, thank you. We'll now move into the technical questions for rules and ethics. Beginning with, how many absences does it take for a senator to be resigned by non-attendance?
So in the fall and spring semesters, that would be 3 unexcused or 4 combined, and in the summer that would be 2 unexcused, 3 combined.
All right. And last question, when do absences and constituencies reset for all senators?
Absences reset with the new Senate term, and constituencies restart the first day.
You're good, keep going.
The first day of classes and reset the last Senate meeting of the same academic semester.
All right. Thank you, that's all we have for you. Do you have any questions for us?
I do not. Thank you, guys. Yeah.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you as well.
Do you want me to send someone in?
Yeah, could you tell
Maya, right?
Nope.
Catherine Zerbadol.
Yes. Right, I'll see you guys Tuesday. if not before.
See you.
Thank you. Hey, how you doing?
Hi.
Hey, how are
Good.
you?
How are you guys?
Good. Sorry for the wait.
It's okay.
All right. So just to double check, you applied for the Information and Communications Committee.
Yes.
Okay. So this interview will be 4 minutes long to answer 3 questions, and then we'll move into the technical questions for Information and Communications. Sound good?
Mhm.
Okay. So the first question is, what is your motivation for applying?
Yeah, so far as the Beatty Tower Senator, I've had the opportunity to better the UF community through amplifying student voices. I love serving as a representative of my peers and advocating on their behalf. And so I want to further embrace my role as a senator through joining the Information and Communications Committee. I think that efficient and effective public relations will definitely maximize our outreach, and we can have clear and transparent communication, which is really important for the functioning of the Information and Communications Committee. Also, when I was a new senator, I really appreciated the new senator orientation, and so I would love to help administer and enhance that key responsibility of the committee. I think that everybody understanding the inner workings of the Senate procedures is key for us to have a productive and effective Senate chamber.
All right, thank you. The next question is, what experiences do you have that would make you a good fit for this position?
Yeah, so I think that my skills in media outreach will effectively fit into this position. When I was in high school, I served as a senator on my student government's executive board for 2 years, and my key responsibility was to be a liaison between the student body and our administration. And in order to do so, social media was a key factor. So I used Canva to create graphics, and then I would post them and inform our student body of the upcoming events. Also, I am currently pursuing a minor in public relations so I can further develop my skills in public relations. I was the vice president of my National Honor Society, where I tracked over 150 students' volunteer hours. So I have strong attention to detail, and I have experience working with spreadsheets. I think that my ability, I planned 3 school-wide blood drives and many other events, which should translate well to the planning responsibilities of an INC committee member.
All right. And then our last question for you, what ideas do you have if you were to be selected for this role?
Yeah. So my first idea is I know that they struggle to get a lot of turnout on the weekly Senator Spotlight. So I was thinking that the chair could delegate the members of the committee to personally reach out to 5 to 7 senators each week and just encourage them to fill out the form. I think that kind of direct communication will definitely increase turnout rather than just seeing it on an Instagram story and clicking through. Also, I think that the volunteering opportunity that was presented to all of the senators a few weeks ago was really great because that is part of our constituency and our role as senators. And so I think that the INC committee could collaborate with the Senate Pro Tempore, and we could plan some more of those events and really broadcast that through our social media. And then finally, I think that we could promote transparency and awareness with all of the senators if we use the Senate's Instagram close friends story to just repost whenever student government funded organizations are having events or when student government is having events, and just share those flyers on the Instagram story, because we don't want senators to be removed from their spots just because they weren't aware of the events that were going on. And so we could really have that clear and transparent communication through utilizing that that function that we have.
All right, we'll now move into the technical questions. So the first one is, what are the events that INC plans during the fall and spring semesters, and when do they need to be held?
So they have to plan the Senate retreat, which cannot be held before the second week of classes and no later than 7 days before the first day of final exams, and the new senator orientation, which must be held by the second Senate meeting after election results.
All right, that's all the questions we have for you. Do you have any for us?
No.
All right, thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
coming in today.
Have a good one.
You too.
Could you send Maya in here?
Yeah.
Perfect, thank you.
What's that? Is this the 5th hour now or the 4th?
We've had 4 complete hours, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
There's
Nice
a-
to see you again, Tyler.
There's a taco bar by the auditorium that we are invited to.
There's a taco bar?
Yeah, for what's this conference going on?
FYLC?
Yeah, so Jade was
I'm
like,
getting a
oh,
late
after
plate.
you guys can go.
I'm Hundo P getting a late plate.
Hello, friends.
Hello, how are you?
How's your already going?
Good.
Happy now that we get to see you.
Oh, thanks, guys.
And we're only 15 minutes back now. We're
Yeah,
at
30
25.
25.
All right.
Happens every time there's a first RNA of this semester.
Yeah, I also heard 4 people at like the
I
same
did
time,
see that.
So No one else got it. All right. So just to double check, you applied for the Budget Appropriations Committee chair position.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So this interview, you'll have 4 minutes to answer 3 of our questions, and then we're gonna ask you some technical questions about the Budget Committee. Sound good?
Perfect.
All right. The first question: what is your motivation for applying?
Okay, so my motivation for applying is I have been a 2-term senator now, and I have served on the budget committee, as well as budget clerk to the committee before I was a senator. It's something that this is my favorite committee I've served on, and I've served on RNA, RNE, and budget, and this is absolutely my favorite. Also, my bigger motivation is Senate is my passion project. It's the one thing involvement that I do want to keep working towards, and so budget I think would be the next step in working in the Senate.
All right. The next question: what experiences do you have that would make you a good fit for this position?
As mentioned, I previously served on the budget committee, but I also wanted to add on a couple of things that would help me with my financial knowledge. I was here summer B last summer so I did stay for summer budget last summer, and that was an amazing time, and it was a very different experience than it was during the fall and the spring budget committee. But also, not even that, I serve as the Rights Board of Managers chairwoman, and that doesn't seem like it has a lot of to do with finances, but the Rights has to submit a proposal for the budget to the budget committee, and I got to look over with my advisor Dwayne and Brian Rasington. We looked over the budget, what we're gonna ask from the budget committee, what we're gonna look into, what we need for the Rights, and not only will I be on the end of if I were to get this position, be on the end of seeing that proposal, but I helped be able to put that proposal together. So I have 2 ends of the spectrum of financial situations, as well as budget committee and the first budget bash, which was last year, known differently. I was there the entirety of the week, and I was really excited to be able to put that on with Cole Bennett and David Rodriguez.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
And the last question: what ideas do you have if you were to be selected for this role?
What time do I have left, Andy?
3 minutes.
Perfect. I want to know it's time for this. So, my ideas, we have this committee. So, I'm also a Gator Connect officer. I am president of a club, so that means I had to go through the training for the budget proposals, and because I'm a funded university organization. So I had to go through that presentation. In my opinion, this also could be because I have ADHD, but I wasn't really understanding of what that presentation was given to me. I knew who to contact, I knew how to get funding, but I really needed more information. So the committee recently, recorded a video on how to utilize DocuTrack. Everything is going to be on DocuTrack now, and how to utilize it and how to put their line items through that website. So I want to use that video and put that everywhere. I want to put that in that presentation that all Gator Connect officers have to, or at least the treasurer and the president have to utilize. I also want that video to be used on our UF Student Government Instagram. So it doesn't have to be the entirety of the video, because Aditi and Tyler did a wonderful job putting that together, and it's a long video. I do want the most important parts of how to utilize DocuTrack on our Instagram. So as a reel, possibly with little edits. I would be able to communicate that with Elsa or anyone else that is next agency head for action, but if we could have even a 2-minute reel on how to navigate, how to apply for funding through your organization, Student Government Instagram would be the great place to put that, as well as that presentation Gator Connect officers have to be in. My second idea is we have 2 new big changes in the codes for the 800 codes. 808.10 is going to be president, delegate, and president, treasurer, and is the only people that can submit funding requests. But if one of them cannot, it's going to be given to a delegate. That in 808.10 is going to be a really big change, and a lot of people don't know about that. Another big change is 808.11, which is if you don't use 75% of your funding that is not base funding, you won't get access for this upcoming semester. Those are 2 codes that a lot of people should know, especially as officers, and they don't, because when we send the email out when amendments are changed and codes are changed, but they don't read it. A lot of officers don't read those emails. So what I do want is I want to sit my committee down, and I want to do kind of what I did during SGI and cold call presidents and treasurers, and I want to make sure they're very aware of these amendments that are coming up, that are changing, because this is going to affect their entire summer, their entire fall, and every time after this. And a lot of them came up to you when they were at Budget Bash this week, and they're like, oh, I didn't know that only 2 people could submit requests. And I was like, this is why I think our committee should utilize splitting up the amount of people on our committee and splitting up each person calling 80 to 90 officers on campus. That would cover all of the organizations. I think cold calling or even personal emailing is the best way, because they don't look at those mass emails from student government about amendment changes or code changes. Another idea I have. I was talking about utilizing UF Student Government Instagram, but like I said, there's a lot that a lot of people don't understand about DocuTrack as well. And so I want to continue Budget Bash. I want to continue these 5 days of explaining to treasurers and presidents as well. but there's a lot that we can utilize that the budget committee has, like, to be able to offer. So I want to make sure that Budget Bash continues every single year, but not even just a week. I kind of want to make this a little bit more of a continuous occurrence. 1 week is great, but not every president treasurer on campus could come during that week, especially because last week a lot of kids had exams. So I do want to make this more of a frequent occurrence. I want to be able to talk one-on-one with these officers.
Alright, that is time. Okay, so now we're going to move into the technical questions. Starting off with, what are the big four?
The big four are student engagement, student government, rights union, and rec sports.
Right. Which requests does the budget committee cover?
We cover operational, travel, and event.
And lastly, when does the student government's fiscal year start and when does it end?
July 1st to June 30th.
Alright, those are all the questions we have for you. Do you have any for us?
I don't. I just wish you guys the best of luck.
Alright,
in your deliberations.
thank you. Thanks for coming in today.
Of course.
Alright.
Have a good one.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah. Okay, so 4 hours and 5 minutes is the
You guys
time.
are done. Congrats. First our day.
Well, no, we still gotta keep going for a while.
Yeah, but deliberations is the longest interviews.
Yeah.
Bye, guys.
Bye. Okay, we are now in line for any motions at this time. Do I hear any motions?
Aren't we motioning to, motion for recess until called back by the chair? By Senate President Pro Tem and by.
Do I hear a motion to recess until called back by the chair by unanimous consent?
Motion to recess by the chair by unanimous consent.
Just say so moved.
So moved.
Okay, so you made the motion. Are there any objections? Hearing none, that motion passes. Alright, we're now